New urban area.
New urban area.
New urban area.
New gameplay.
New gameplay.
New gameplay.
New gameplay.
New gameplay.
New skills.
New skills.
New skills.
New skills.
New skills.
New mechanics.
New mechanics.
New mechanics.
New mechanics.
New UI.
New AI Ray.
New system, new system, new system, new system, new system, new system.
New system, new system.
PUBG Mobile 8th anniversary.
Used to hear a new calling. Used to be a rolling. Lifestyle you would lead on me. Lifestyle.
New urban area.
New urban area.
New urban area.
New gameplay.
New gameplay.
New gameplay.
Gameplay.
New gameplay.
Gameplay.
New gameplay.
New skills.
New skills.
New skills.
New skills.
New skills.
New mechanics.
New mechanics.
New mechanics.
New mechanics.
New airdrop vehicle.
New weapon.
New themed area.
New interface. New UI.
New AI Ray.
New system. New system. New system. New system. New system. New system.
New system. New system.
PUBG Mobile 8th anniversary.
Welcome everyone to the PMCL 2026 Spring. I'm Tash Mendoza Contra, your casters today. And today is very important do or die day because it is the final day of the league stage where we will determine who goes home with the prize money for the league stage and who also will be going to the grand finals next weekend.
That's right. And of course, there is a lot of prize money on the line for those who are looking to clinch that number one spot. Right now, the race is between Hive International as well as, of course, the one and only YG that's been trailblazing the charts with a very consistent run. But, you know, maybe they are going to be looking for more of those chicken dinners that they were hunting out for from yesterday. But of course, there's a lot to talk about, especially for those who are looking to qualify to the grand finals, because that spot is absolutely coveted and there is a race going on that 16th spot as well.
Yeah, if we were to look at the overall standings from yesterday, and I think that it's really important to talk about the bottom ladder. But before we get into that, guys, don't forget the tournament format where we had already gone through week 1 the previous week. Now we are on the last day of week 2, where 20 teams have been divided into 5 teams. 4 groups will be playing per day, and today, unfortunately, Group E will not be playing. So, 4 teams will not be playing today. That means their run had ended yesterday.
That's right. And speaking of which, they will only be watching to see whether if they will still be able to make the cut. I believe it was pretty much the final run for some of all these names coming in from the side of Group E on the lower run ladder, such as OF. So, of course, we'll keep our eyes on that later on, as we do have $30,000 on the line. So, each week they're fighting for the league ranking points, and of course, the higher they place, the more money they bag. Same goes to the finals, where they'll walk away with $2,800 richer if they land themselves on number 1 and will qualify into the PMGOSEA finals. Now, speaking of which, we're at the very last day of the league, and then next weekend, starting from Friday until Sunday, that's where we'll be holding our grand finals.
Yeah, our grand finals is going to be super interesting because everything will be reset in terms of points, in terms of prize money as well, because that particular weekend there will be its own prize pool. For now, here are the groups and teams that have or will be participating today. Group E, as I mentioned, will not be playing today, which means OF, PNX, 214, and NGGZ. Their run had already ended. 214 had the first place spot throughout the entirety of the week, but yesterday was interesting since Yango Galacticos had overtaken them by a mere 3 points at the end of the day, and right behind them by 1 point is Hive. So that first place spot definitely will be shifting hands today.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be exciting to watch, as our eyes are on Hive as well as YG to do it. Who knows, maybe there are still some capable names such as MSI to also be in the running as well. So without the presence of Group E, I think like perhaps certain teams will be really happy that, you know, they do have enough firepower to just fight through to the very end. With big names like NGZ to be taking a rest, they will not be in the race, unfortunately. So, JNK, yesterday we've seen them clinch 2 chicken dinners, and, well, actually, I believe it was 3. I can't fully recall, but overall, they are placed really well at number 5, and they should be able to at least put in quite the haul.
Yeah, now looking at this particular, I would say, ladder, right? I think, well, we are going to be comfortable on the top 16. It's the bottom few that I'm very worried about. Now, of course, don't forget as well that we also have our group stage week 2 league rankings. Now, the points here will determine the total amount of points that will make you will get you to the grand finals next weekend. So right now, since Yango Galacticos is at number 1, they are currently in the lead for week 1 at least with 15 points. Hive at 2nd, and MSI last week was at 3rd. So this is very interesting because it seems like the usual suspects are at the top 2, and it's repeating itself again this week, at least at this very moment. I would love to see a shift. I would love to see a world where the first 2 places are actually being challenged by other teams. Now, teams that didn't get any points last week includes KE, SKC, GC, and ATHR. And speaking about teams that didn't get any points, KE, SKC, PNX, OF, and BKE, in my opinion, were the big improvement teams. And their performance from last week looks so much more different than this week. And I think they're really vying to see whether or not they can bring some points over to make sure that they can at least push forward to the top 16 to qualify to the grand finals later.
That's right. And of course, like you said, certain teams have massively improved, but is it going to be enough for them to make the cut till the very end? Is going to be the very question, where Rondo is going to be the playground for all these teams to look for big numbers. And I hope that we'll get something really special to end the final 6 maps of the evening. So I can't wait to get started. And of course, yesterday's run, we saw JNK taking that win. And you guys can also accelerate your way to plenty of chicken dinners and a new dawn with the Apollo Project Evo and IE that has arrived in the game on March 20th. This is a collaboration between PUBG as well as Apollo, bringing you the best spectacle of German engineering, the finest hypercar that's available only with 10 units IRL, but you guys can always get it here in game, brought to you by PUBG Mobile and Apollo.
Yeah, now coming into today, I already said this so many times, we already had teams that already ended their run. And it was, I think, 2-4, NGGZ, OF. Wait, hang on. Let me look at the thing again. Oh yeah, OF and PNX, correct. Now, if we were to look at the points, I'm thinking it in a way as to which teams will be able to get some points this week here. NGGZ look very safe, if you ask me. 2-4 safe in terms of points as well. OF and PNX, where are you? PNX currently at exactly 16 points in the overall rankings right now, and PNX currently, OF is at 8th. PNX is at 16th. So if anything right now, it's PNX that seems to be in a bit of a, oh my god, are we going to be able to get points this week or not moment. And as for OF, ranking higher will definitely be good, especially since I believe last week they ended the week with no points or minimal points, which you want to have if you want to go into the grand finals next week.
Yeah, and it is very, very crucial for them to do so, because right now they're just going to be waiting to see what the end result is. So yeah, it is definitely very daunting when you cannot do much more, since they've already finished all their 24 games. Now, I think that we'll be keeping our eyes on those names that we've listed out there. We've already mentioned YG, Hive. I like that you also listed Observation Esports, because they are returning today after a good day's rest, and I believe that they're amped up to take on a lot of all these teams here inside of Rondo. As we got only a couple of seconds left, sit back, relax, and enjoy the shows. Get the popcorns ready, because this is going to be a blast here to conclude the league stage of the PUBG Mobile Challengers League 2026 spring season.
Yesterday, you and I talked a little bit about that momentum, about what it means for Group D coming into the game today. Whether it's going to be a situation where they need to warm up because of that day's rest, or whether they come into today with brand new eyes and feeling very, very antsy to win and hot. Regardless, that will be answered very shortly, as we are going to be looking at 2 different flight paths here. And interestingly enough, they do intersect over Danching.
Yeah, I was just looking at that scissor formation of the flight, and I'm thinking, are we actually getting a lot more of the action here in around Hongshan, Danqing, or Kinlong Garden, or otherwise? Because most of these teams, they have their plans of their own. We've seen plenty of those happening around Muhopan, as well as around the township of Miramar. But this time, maybe a little bit more quiet, especially when you don't have the usual suspects of aggressors like NGGZ on the block, but we're still going to be getting some action. I believe that to be coming in from the side of Nemesis, as well as another squad in the form of BKE, also making their return, as they want to ensure that they get just about enough of these points for a good head start in the finals as well. So, without further ado, let's kick it off here. Micro Uzi in hand for the member of BKE, but this is going to be nice and easy directly at the center. As much as I say nice and easy, we've seen plenty of fights that they will have to take in those open valleys, though. Meanwhile, Yangon Galacticos, this is one of the first few times that they actually start off by hunting other teams. They will secure themselves the first blood. That's going to be happening on the other corner of the map, but when we go back towards the side of Nemesis, they'll, on the bottom of the river, or should I say the bridge, to be specific, he's just going to be holding out, whereas the rest of OV is also going to be trying their chances up against HKG.
Good that we are seeing these early fights happen as Mankey, great spray to the face. HKG, nice little early pick there. Rex immediately taken out of the game. Still have to worry about the other two members coming on downstairs, but HKG have great positioning all around the map and that area. But Sins is very low, so have to be mindful about how exactly he wants to approach these fights. As Kit's position has been noted, he pre-fires and somehow Xiaojia kinda peeks into him a little bit too aggressively, which causes his demise. In fact, what a shot to the face! 4-2! Intuition on point! And HKG, their formations just crumbling away. Not sure how exactly to approach this fight. We know how good Kit is in a bit of a ring around Rosie. Both teams playing around that door. But it's gonna be Kit that falls down in the end. Mankey, true to his name, very aggressive, very sharp, and very agile to save his team from further damage.
Wow, that was absolutely crazy. Mankey, he's got a Mini 14 as well. He made it look like it's an absolute automatic rifle while Clay Jr. arrives over the back, try to eventually clip the rest of HKG because they know that they are pretty much stuck in this valley, though. Meanwhile, that jump shot will connect. That will mean another member is depleted from the side of Observation Esports, forced to go in for the revivals since they still have one member left. So that fight didn't work according to plan, so it's really down to Rex to quickly look for that blue chip tower right at this moment. And he's got no vehicles, that's the problem. But I'm pretty sure that he should be able to get by just safely into the corners of Tulin. There should be one lying around here in the vicinity.
It's quite a centralized circle as well. I mean, not the worst when you think about the flight path either. So a majority of teams had already, made it to the middle. This includes SKC that we always see rush to the middle side of the area. And how the ending goes depends on how many eliminations they have. Test track still, I think, fairly empty as well. Only team there is Hive, which I feel are just really taking their time here. I'm really curious to see how exactly the other teams are going to be rotating over. We talked a little bit about SKC. I think Panda, I think they're very separated right now. If I were to look at that map, they will have, I think, a 2-2 formation or a 2-1. I really can't see for sure. Where one of the teams are just so far out there, and the other one is toward here near Yulin, or Eyes, is just so low already. Running into Austria this early is bound to spell a certain doom, and I don't think he's gonna be able to hold on. So some return fire does happen, but the John does not want that to happen even more, and he falls off. I'm not too sure what happened there, but fine. He can pick up his teammates.
Yeah, suddenly it looked slightly worrisome for the side of Austria. Like I thought, like that guy could have actually done a double onto them and make matters worse, but of course, we do expect the recall to come by later on for the member that just got taken out. Whereas Nemesis now stuck wall to wall against the rest of KE. And when I say the rest, it's actually just a 1v1 scenario. Where Malbarubu from the side of KE have also opened their account. There is a surge coming in from the side of GC. Easy does it up against Ranzer as Kampritova secures their very first point for the side of GC. And I think yesterday's run have been super impressive coming from the side of GC. If they could do any better, I think they should be safe to move into a more comfortable spot at the very least, because they're sitting at 87 points if they do even better, they should be able to overtake BKE, who's currently having only one member left. But I believe BKE can still go in for the recall depending on the scenario. It's a tough situation for Kaya, though. He's just looking around by the corner wall. I'm surprised he's not being detected because the rest of GC, they're not exactly on the hunt. They're just looting up for the time being, whereas Hive International have arrived towards the corner of TTQ. Naps one. I believe it was already 2 points gathered up against the side of TTQ. Well, not exactly. He found a pickoff on the outskirts that is not part of TTQ's arsenal. Whereas that surprise ambush worked wonders for the side of Kaya, finding one more back for the team.
So many teams still outside the zone as well. Looking at MSI, who are currently in the same quadrant as BKE. They're not too far from that circle, but still gonna be annoying to cross that body of water. I'm trying to see where exactly, or map out in my mind where exactly the rotation for Nemesis and MSI. Nemesis can be rotating. I think from where it is, I think toward Miramar or Huasing could be something that they can do as well. Neil, nice job as usual, dropping from above, getting that pick off, and BKE not able to even use that res. So they're out of the game fairly early.
Oh boy, that's bad news. I've just mentioned that GC could easily overtake them with a couple of points. And now this is gonna be a tough situation for BKE. The only good news is that there's still 5 more maps to go for them to try to do something about this situation. Of course, the team that's on 16 is not playing today, so maybe that is the other hope for the side of BKE as well as GC. Whereas Nemesis, they need a big round, and it seems like they didn't really start off on the right foot, but they will be taking a slow journey into Neox Factory. They are on the outskirts, whereas when we take a look at the zone, it's fully controlled by Hive International at the moment, as they usually do drop into the corners of Test Track. Now, I'm just surprised that the eastern side is not as occupied, as a lot of teams are actually coming in from the southern states instead. So we will expect plenty of fights to take place over onto these edges of Danqing, as well as a few more areas over onto the left-hand side of the map. Meanwhile, it is going to be a big one as they all corral towards Momboy. Now, the problem for Hive International is that they are pretty dispersed around the area, so nobody's going to be able to retrieve Momboy for now, while OV looking for more, as they will go ahead to just crush the likes of Afra in this 1v1 scuffle. So OV, we saw a little bit of a hiccup in the early game, but they did bring back all their teammates. So things are looking well on course.
The C teams got very active now around that map since the circle is currently getting closer and closer to it, the test track. So I believe that Hive that was holding on to the outer side of that test track area did happen to find some teams rotating into their compound and taking them down. They're currently sharing that area with MSI as well. And meanwhile for TEO, I believe they are somewhere... Honestly, everything's so tiny, I can barely even see because it's such a big map, right? Okay, I see it now. So TEO hanging around the corner on the southern side there, where we're starting to see a mad dash of rotations happening from all around that map. So for me personally, I like where Hive is holding, but it's such a hot spot for so many different teams, especially since the Res Tower is there as well. And meanwhile, for Yango Galacticos, they haven't really made any noise early game either. They're just hanging around that big, wide open area on that northeastern side, northwestern side.
All good, all good. We are just starting off the day. We could use a little bit of warm-up ourselves too. While, of course, JNK, they don't need any form of warm-ups. They're still having their guns pretty much sharp to really take on a lot of all these teams, but they're not exactly in the most optimal area just yet, but they are taking firm control over the side of Yulin. And not really spotting all too much other than some members, which I do believe to be coming in from the side of GC, holding on to the upper quadrant. GC, their game plan earlier was to really hold on to that recall tower, expecting certain teams to try to save their teammates, and they will eventually get ambushed. Hive International, I think like the reason why they actually dispersed off was, like you said, there is a recall tower, which is where they brought back Monboy. And now they regroup inside of the Neox factory. And they do see more and more visitors on their way. Nemesis is going to follow suit later on. Over the south side, take a look at this. Plenty of teams now moving forward as we have Observation Esports now running on the same course as Afra, which they will try to take some pot shots over on the course of the field. A little too wide, and now he's going to try to trace Sin down. Not quite getting it just yet. AUG, of course, does offer good amount of firing rate per second. But then again, gotta ensure that you can actually hit the guy on the window, though. Gen K finds another one as the stray member of the side of what I do believe to be the side of Asja to be moving towards a corner for a moment. Well, Afra safely docks into Neox factory. Now, will they pose a challenge up to Hive International is going to be a question to be answered later on, because most of these teams, they're just trying to ensure their safety for the time being before taking a dry peek outside. But Hive International knows very well that they are just side by side as he tosses a couple of all these preemptive smokes for him to try to wiggle a little room to see if he could maybe find a little something.
Needs to open it up. Smoke's just not making it easy for Hive to push either. So ATHR had a bit of an advantage to be able to just wait for Hive to push toward them. Cross through, they'll just be met with smokes or even that shotgun. Perfectly done, as his name states, as Mon will also fall. Not off good. 3 more members, but look at how fast Raimon was just brought back into the game. Incredible. Now, their area is a little bit more empty. Have to worry about SKC, who's hanging around toward test track. And Atra, the rest of the team there hunkered down and just turtle shelling right smack dab in the middle of that circle. But on the other side of the map though, Young Galacticos does meet a little bit of trouble. I mean, HKG is currently gatekeeping them as well. They have the terrain, they have the rock cover as well. As HKG look really good right now already with 4 eliminations. And the blue zone pressures. Yango Galacticos, they need to make something happen, but they're not really willing to push and full send this fight, especially since other teams are around the vicinity as well. A lot of cover fire and smokes, a lot of blind sprays sent out, and I think Yango Galacticos might be looking for an alternate way to get into that circle. Look how far Romeo had rotated back into the blue zone. As the other 3 waits in the wings, Marnet Boy spots out KE, that's Master D2K that's taking a bit of damage. But definitely wasn't expecting a shot back from 2 to 3 different players. Look how the speed of how KE is rushing toward them.
Yeah, I think that Marnet is actually going outskirts to look for a revive point because they know this is a really rough space to play out. And this is a good preemptive movement coming from the side of Marnet, just in case that his teammates go down. He's going to be keeping himself ready for that very moment. Now he brought back Master Smile, so that's only 1 member. We'll see whether they can hold on, whereas the rest of Asia now traveling out in the open have spotted TTQ inside the shack as they turn tails to go back up to the high grounds, but it was a beautiful catch coming from Supercon that will see TTQ getting themselves that 1-pointer. Asia knows that this is going to be an uphill battle and they will now try to flush their position. Big Nate's now toss all around. GG also getting involved. This 3-way engagement does actually open more space for Asia to try to turn the other way around, but instead they want to get something in return. Ranzer now running right through as he tries to find something for his own team. And the rest of TQ have aggressed well enough to take them down instantaneously. Beautiful stuff from TDQ.
8. I mean, they were kind of hunkered that area for quite some time. All they did is just wait for everyone to push in here as well. As more fights are happening on that western side, JNK, GC side by side right now. The amount of teams in that area is just insane. And the southern side where TTQ is holding, well, OV will be the next challenger to step up to that plate. Plate Junior, great opening onto Lucky. Even Mew too will fall. didn't get the space or that chance to even go for a reset after that hard push. Novi just running around the area, taking up so much space in this southern terrain as well. Seems like they're very okay just really hanging around here as well. Anywhere to cross, they were able to get a lot of long-range fights as it's happening. And it's looking worse for wear for these teams since TEO is the team that's getting sandwiched. Only a 4-way fight if you want to either, as well if you want to. That's unfortunate here. Young Galactico's already out this early with only 3 eliminations. Hard rotations coming from so many of these teams forcing these fights. Put them in a bit of a disadvantage this early. Now Crazy does eventually fall down somewhere in a different quadrant. As OV forced to wait a little bit more, reset for quite some time. There's just too many teams, too many bodies, and it's really hard to really create a game plan on how exactly you want to go through these fights when you're getting pelted with bullets from left, right, and center.
They're just trying to hold some ground at the very least because they know for a fact that this is a tough space to escape with teams surrounding the entire area. Master Ichi also gets involved, driving by as the rest of JNK are looking to move directly into the fight. Trying to hold him back is going to be Motion. Motion still has to deal with Master Ichi though, and there we go. The tags coming out from the side of S12K. Shots will connect, but not quite enough with the rest of JNK also arriving into the scene. They don't really want to over-aggress, but they do spot HKG on the outskirts. Oh boy, we've expected this outcome since we saw how many teams were moving from the southern side, and now it all erupts. TEO have done incredibly well to hold on, but now it's only down to Shine. They do go in for the rescue, picking up 1, so it is back to Tree to fend off up against OV, who's also bombarding the area with plenty of grenades. Master Ichi trying to find some cover right behind his buggy, but this is not a safe spot to be at. We'll have to play on the lower ridge. No other option than to defend themselves for the meantime. Well, a quick knock comes true over on the side of Master Ichi, and that allows TEO to just splat them over with that buggy, and he face checks. This is just a bad move, and somehow TTQ holds on, finds his 5th point, and eliminates the entirety of TEO with the help of OV. But his position absolutely compromised. OV knows that there should still be some lurkers around, but the dust has settled at the very least between all the 4 or 5 teams that came by this southwestern corner of the map.
Yeah, that was a 5-way fight between HKG, TEO, JNK, TTQ, and OV. And somehow TTQ was at got the lower end of that stick, yeah? They weren't allowed to reset. They barely had time to really catch their breath, and they were already being run over by so many different teams. But somehow they managed to survive by the sheer amount of utilities they have, the slows, the buildings as well. And OV looking to challenge does find the final player in the end by the cost of so much of his HP, almost getting knocked down. And I would say that was just really bad tunnel vision coming from him. I think he was kind of hoping that his teammates would watch for him, wasn't expecting another corner to be held, and now it's very aggressive toward Neox as well. On this bottom side, SKC has already been eliminated. ATHR has been holding on to this quadrant at the bottom side of Test Track from, I think, throughout the beginning of this game. And they're still alive, still kicking, still showing us that survivability is something they can bring to the table. But if they want to get closer to that middle side of the circle, they have to fight through. KE is waiting. I think Ostia Trezi is still alive and waiting in the corner as well, as MSI looking to just really hold on to this northern side of the circle.
Yeah, I'm just really surprised that Afra was not being pushed by Hive International from the get-go, right? Because they were basically side by side. But I think it actually plays out according to plan for the side of Hive, where they were playing a little bit more defensively and they were farming out numbers on the outskirts with that 2-2 split. So that is, of course, a commotion to be settled later on. Whereas Misfits, as much as they're pretty much in the zone, they don't really have much of a cover because they're in the garden side of the Neox factory plan. certain teams who does rock up the hill might be challenging the rest of Misfits, but thankfully with the presence of Hive International, they are going to be able to shell themselves pretty well for the time being. But there's just nowhere to go. You can see MSI, they've lost a couple of vehicles already by planting themselves over on that corner. And I am afraid that they could not afford to move all too far. Only Clothy's in the zone. Not so much so for the rest of MSI. Hive International, they're forced to move out as well. So this is not going to be an easy task for them to also pick up those points up against the side of Misfits. But we might actually see something in return. After I also have to leave that space. The only one that's in the way is going to be Asja. Well, that is going to be a great eye onto Corelio. 12 points already from the onslaught which we've witnessed over the south side, as Observation Esports was the sure winner of that crazy ordeal. Meanwhile, they do have a lot of area that they could basically play from, as they're the ones the safest from harm's way at this point in time, which we would be getting more action in the span of stage 7. For now, it's about time that these teams try to fight for those spacing. Asja only down to 1 though. I don't know how much of an impact could they pull, but they are looking around where Afra is currently moving at. So Afra, they do have some vehicles, but the problem is it's a wide open space that they will have to traverse through. He pops in the grenade. I think they might have actually spotted some movement coming in from the side of Trezzy, which is why they preemptively tried to flush his position. So good work on Afra. We're already seeing big improvement for this team. So the point of chase is about up to 65 at the very least to get into the red line. And then to beat Nemesis, you need 72. They'll still be in the game in the upcoming round, so still a tough ordeal. Clay Jr. adds another one to the tally. My goodness. OV, they're still not stopping on their firepower. Whereas the rest of Afra could be eyeing out for Campus, who's barely hanging on by the back of this vehicle. And the pressure is starting to really get to him right now, but the jump shot is good coming from Trezzy to hold Boki down.
Nice shots coming in here. Trezzy falls eventually. Atra, a different beast today. Taking these fights with stride this time around. Whatever problems they had in the beginning of the week seems to have at least been fixed on this map. Knocking out Asja this early with only 6 elims is, I would say, not a bad run at all for that particular team. As for KE here, opting to play on the lower side of the map, and for good reason, gives them a lot of space to move, but at the same time have to worry about the high ground position, the advantage, the bird's eye advantage that Athra has. Now the blue zone pushes, KE barely holding on. I think Malburubu is just hoping to see whether or not he can throw that nade out, just blow someone off, cripple a team so they can just really rush forward, take a little bit more space. The top side here, Atra, you can start to see that they're getting very confident. A lot of pre-fires and sprays onto MSI nearly takes off one of the players of MSI. They have a bit of cover, so MSI, like it or not, they're safe from the gunfire, but the imminent push of that blue zone will eventually come as well.
Wow.
And in this process, GC gets torn to pieces. OV somehow still wins theirs against Hive. No team is getting out of this unscathed except for Atra. Nate sent out here as well. MSI hard pushes to a more safer, more covered area. Gray top nearly falls. Nasty shots coming in for Issei there. Forced to move back, forced to go for a reset. Zin coming in from the other side, making sure that Ching Ching cannot cross safely. And the blue shifts means that this fight will just eventually keep going on as everyone is just panicking, trying to find a little bit of space. Ching Ching and FV fall to different teams right now, and they're down and out of the game. Zin drops on from the top side. There might be a mistake as MSI takes full control of that fight. But Perfect is there to bandage the situation, and this is our top 4.
My goodness, they absolutely utilized that space up above the test track so well, despite some couple of whips coming in from those shotgun shells. There's just about enough coverage for Afra to still hang on. A perfect top 4 finish for them, and they should be having just about enough squad strength to challenge the rest of the field as well. Speaking of which, it is Observation Esports closing in. Another massive nade from Clay Jr. An absolute pop-off day for him, alongside with Rex. 8 eliminations already just by Rex. And Clay is also following suit with 5. Meanwhile, Observation Esports, we talked about their control over South as they have been able to dominate. And now they got great view, even upon those members of the side of Afra. And it's starting to become a little bit more problematic for Afra because they're running out of that space. They're hugging by the corner of the test track, and they will need to take a leap of faith. KE, they held their ground. They remain to be defensive for the time being. Now all their eyes set towards the side of Sin, and there's just no room for the rest of Afra to even consider defending or trying to give any form of a help towards the side of Sin, who falters. And now all that's left to do is for OV to hunt out Pokey just by the corner of these cones, and it doesn't seem like they will be able to form much of an exchange. Couldn't even go in for a pickup, and finally he does, but that small little gap allows him to be picking up one more point, and Kid going out of the blue just to secure it, and they will secure the first chicken dinner of our Sunday round. And Observation Esports, we welcome them back with open arms.
This is great coming in from OV. They start off that match in a situation that they nearly got knocked out of the game. They went up against HKG, three of them gets knocked with one of their players bringing them back into the game immediately, goes into a rotation into a 5-way fight, somehow survives that, and I think they were moving as a 2, as a 3, and somehow wins it in the end against Atra, who, if you ask me, had the best possible positioning and hold of the circle throughout the entirety of this game. Rex, Clay Jr. put up big numbers in that fight. I think Rex had 9 knockouts in total, Clay Jr. with 6. It's incredible seeing them come back from a bad situation and turn it into a good one. And if you want to see how it worked out, have a look at the highlights.
It's just so incredible to see Observation Esports basically fighting from start all the way to the finish line to back this massive 19-pointer of an elimination round, and that will secure them close to 30 points by doing so. Take a look at the stocks that they have because of the fight one. Like we mentioned, the 5-way battle have given them plenty of resources. 30 frag grenades, 28 smokes to be thrown out, and of course they were the ones to outlast everybody else on the block. Despite Afra having such a good position, they were eventually choked out because of the zone shift as well, so they were lacking that space to really try to fend up the rest of Observation Esports, which we saw they took massive control over Southside after clearing out all these bunch of teams, and I'm just utterly impressed. There's just no way that a team could have actually survived the brunt of that 5-way fight, but they absolutely did, and they all survived the onslaught. That was the most crazy part, that majority of their members actually survived, and Rex, he was the main hitman in this round. You've already mentioned about the 8 limbs as well as the 9 knockouts, and his damage numbers, this guy looks like he could basically take half the lobby by himself.
Sorry about that. But anyways, coming into this game, right? One thing's for sure looking at Rex is that he's very consistent when it comes to fights. He brings in a lot of damage. He's really good at taking these 1v1s, 1v2s as well. And he's a very outstanding PUBG mobile player to be seeing in the lobby, and I'm glad to see them finally coming up to the top as well. 29 points. I think one of the few teams that almost hit that 30 bomb mark in this particular game as well, with 19 eliminations in total. I think out of all the randos we had this week, this map in particular was one of the most aggressive. Granted that this is more of a centralized circle, so everyone had an idea on how they wanted to rotate and play around the area. Now, the rest of the teams, you can start to see a gap as well in terms of points. Antra with 16, KE with 15. Great to see KE coming into today looking really hot on this first game. I was kind of expecting that most of the Group D is going to be a little bit more cold, but it didn't seem to be the case since OV and KE both look really, really good. But the same could not be said about the other two of Group D, which is BKE and KE, that had ended this game with 0 and 1 point respectively. Now, as we look at the global rankings here, it's looking really good right now that Hive is still going to be maintaining their lead, especially with the amount of points they got from eliminations and the placements as well, as 214 will slide down to 3rd place. I wouldn't be surprised if this will still keep going, since GNK and MSI alongside OV seem to be quite consistent in getting points in each map they play.
Yeah, and when I look into the low rung of the ladder as well, PNX, they're not participating for today, and I'm afraid that they will be knocked out eventually by Nemesis Esports, because it only takes 2 more points for them to be sent down to 16, and judging from last week's performance as well, I don't think that PNX have secured that many points to begin with, so it is starting to look very concerning. The only way out is for Nemesis and anybody over the bottom to not score any points, which is highly unlikely. So now there is really a big fight for that spot for any form of points to be formulated by the end of this weekend. So all that's concluded from Rondo, and now we're going to be moving into 3 back-to-back Erangel rounds. So don't go anywhere. We'll be coming back after this. Once again, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we dive into Erangel really shortly. But before we even get there, we would like to notify you guys once again that there is a brand new single coming out from Bam Bam as well as Mini, our friends of PUBG Mobile, as we are celebrating the 8th anniversary of the game. And of course, we thank all of you guys for being a part of our big 8th birthday bash. So it's time for you guys to bring your friends together once again to team up for everyone and score some big chicken dinners together to celebrate with PUBG Mobile. There's a lot of in-game events that you guys can also check out, so make sure you guys download it if you guys have not got it installed on your phone from the Apple App Store or even Google Play. And if you guys already got it, it's time to update. And if you guys are playing every day, kudos to you guys as we're getting ourselves ready for many of all these matchups with 5 more rounds of play. Now, I was actually taking some time during the break to take a look at the league ranking points. I'm not too concerned for those guys at the top, right? Because we are definitely seeing them in the grand finals, but the ones that did not receive that many points from the past week it was GC, PNX, as well as Afra, where they've only got maybe about 0 points for GC as well as Afra with 0. But so far on the trajectory, Golden Cross GC is at least fighting for even more of those points, which might see them even surpass the likes of HKG, because HKG is currently having some kind of struggle, and if they do end up at 0, they will be easily overtaken. The ones that's holding on to that 16th spot realistically at the moment is actually Terra Esports. So I think like TEO, they're still doing pretty okay, and perhaps we might just see this top 16 being locked in very, very well. So I think this is definitely going to be a very interesting ordeal on how this next 5 rounds will occur.
Yeah, I think also, you know, when it comes to the points, right, I think for a lot of teams, being in a situation where you overthink these points does put them into this overthinking situation. I think some players have talked about it either in interviews or even their documentaries as well. And most teams, I think, would prefer to just kind of like go in and play their game. But there is going to be a different style of preparation that they need to do as they go into the week. I mean, if you don't start too great on Rondo, fine, I guess, because you do only play that map once in a day. But it's more of Erangel that I'm worried about. You get to play that map 3 times a day, 3 laps for it. You gotta have an idea on how the rotations are gonna be happening. Do you have a drop spot? Do you have an alternate drop spot? Are you planning on hot dropping? And if you are gonna be hot dropping, what exactly is the play if you want to do so? We saw a lot of hot drops happening throughout the entirety of this week. I think HKG and NGGZ especially had those situations happening where HKG says, okay, we have lost 3 out of the 4 times you hot dropped them. I think that because our runs are getting stopped very, very soon, we're not getting points, and we're already doing not so great in that previous week. We have to find an alternate way on how we as a team can ensure that not only we survive, but also end the game with at least 5 points and above.
I like that you actually brought up the NGGZ HKG ordeal, right? Because right now, NGGZ, they're taking a break for today. So I think like it is good for HKG to go back to maybe their old plan, start off from the side of Yasnaya Pollyanna, and they should be uncontested. Like, if that were to be the case, we might actually see HKG feel a little bit more comfortable because they had to adapt because they were forced to. It wasn't the case that, you know, they were just trying, new formulas because NGGZ was just overwhelming them every single point in time. So perhaps this is where they will finally find a breakthrough game once more. Now, of course, the votes, as we have already listed, we see a lot of those usual suspects. This time, I'm kind of rooting for BKE as well. I see that you are also having your votes on TDQ, which they have done decently well inside of Rondo. We'll see where they can pull off some strings here in the map of Erangel. And now, with pretty much the teams being on course and without the presence of Group E, probably there is not too much of those early fights because we know how vital it is for these teams to rack up the maximum amount with pretty much clean slate to begin here on our Sunday round, and it starts now.
I'm sure everyone at home right now are in a very, very, I would say, nervous situation, especially if you are fans of teams from Group D in particular that aren't, sorry, Group E in particular that aren't playing today. So, well, while you do that, you know, I think for teams that are watching right now, when you are kind of vying for that league ranking, it's not gonna be easy because you are gonna be seeing your either your prize money go down as you kind of slide through the ranks, but at the very least, you make it top 16, you have the second chance to redeem yourselves in the grand finals. We've seen so many situations in the past as well that some teams go from the middle pack to almost the lower rungs of the ladder, and everyone seemed to underestimate them going into the finals where they bring an insane, I would say, different style of play where they just shock everyone on the last 3 days. So if this was the case, I would be very, very excited to see that happening. Regardless, flight path is going to be from the western side, Georgia Paul, all the way to Milta Power. So each team shouldn't be having a problem dropping where they should. I kind of am hoping that we are going to be seeing a hot drop. I'm kind of hoping we see maybe an alternate drop spot or even another team going a little bit more aggressive early. We've seen that happen on day 1 of this week, and then it was a slower day 2 and then day 3 everything seemed to stabilize. So now as the circle is all the way to that right, I wouldn't be surprised if it's going to be the Great Migration happening from the western side of the map, where you can see toward school, toward boatyard already. Is already looking very, very packed.
Yeah, and this is something that they really have to steer clear away from, because that crowd could easily stop those teams from moving anywhere close to that zone that will appear over on the western end. Now, Hive International, they're holding firm onto that number 1 spot with only 6 points to separate them from Yangon Galacticos. YG, because of their poor start in Rondo, they're now lagging slightly behind, but I believe that they still have capabilities to still play catch up. Whereas, take a look at JNK, who is currently in the race as well. They are currently placed 5th in the overall leaderboards. I do wonder how much does it take for them to eventually match up to teams like 214. MSI also does have a little bit of a gap between them, so I think they're sitting pretty comfortable for the meantime. But as for BKE, they gotta ensure that they waste no rounds. If they can secure themselves more than 100 points today, that will further strengthen their numbers into qualifying for the grand finals. And SKC, I think like SKC has been the biggest improving team coming into the block, because last week they were almost dead last as well, so they have received like 0 points from the league rankings. But this week, they find themselves somewhere in the middle of the pack, and by doing so, I believe it's good enough for them to qualify to the finals.
And see as well, Nemesis taking full control of Gatka. They have so much space. Now, speaking of SKC this time around, they have kind of planted themselves to the northern side of Georgia Paul, which really isn't a problem. I wouldn't be surprised for them to be a little bit more faster on the rotations. I believe last map, I don't know whether it was an overestimation of their own skills or whether it's an overheat, or maybe even overconfidence, but they were playing in, I think, 2 parts of the map with 1 player already in the circle. The other few are hanging all the way outside, so far out. They weren't, I understand you can bring your teammates back into the game, but the disconnect made the fights really hard for them. And I think the revival wasn't as, I would say, as impactful as they expected it to be. I don't think they got too many points in that last round at all, which is very different than before. At the very least, they would always get those placement points. So perhaps a change in tempo might be key here. Maybe they go back to doing what they do best, which is rotating fast, getting to that middle of the circle quickly. But at the same time, for them, since they're all the way here in Georgia Paul, the rotation is going to be really rough, especially if they were to go toward the hospital and come in through ruins, school, etc., since so many teams are there. However, if they choose an alternate rotation, which is coming in through the northern side, coming in through the little bridge from Yasnaya Polyana, it might be a little bit easier. Yeah, HKG is there, but there is still a lot of wiggle room where they can just kind of zigzag around the buildings and make their way south side.
I believe that there is just about enough area space for them to still traverse pretty safely. So all these teams definitely do feel a little bit more comfortable playing in Erangel since they have spent weeks on end. And at the very least, more than 15 games in this map alone. So we have to see if it's going to be working wonders for some of these guys. As for Terra Esports, interesting approach. They move directly inside of the shelter, as Afra is currently looking to also guard some of all these space. I believe Great Top have seen some of all these players moving into the bunker, so they had ideas of maybe guarding one side of the exit, but the problem is, inside a shelter, there is like 4 different exits, so you can't exactly plan all of your 4 members on each respective exit because they will still be overwhelmed. So it's a better plan for the side of Afra, taking a good guarding post over onto the outskirts, as they do expect more teams to be moving towards this area. And this is definitely a powerful spot for a lot of teams to hold out for, because they could not really find that confirmation yet. We don't know if it goes deeper into Milta Power, Milta Grounds, or maybe by the Lumber Hills. So this ensures them that they do have a better opportunity for rotations later on. A little bit of a slow starter, as we have expected. Only 1 point being secured from the side of GG earlier on by taking out that member of SKC. I did glaze them a little bit. SKC, as much as they improved a whole lot, they still got napped very early on. Shouldn't really hinder them all too much, though. As the rest of Afra. I'm going to be kind of sad to see them miss the grand finals. I think, like, last week, sure, they were really slow. They only found a rhythm over on weekend. And then last game you saw how capable they are, so long as they play their cards right, which they did phenomenal by planting themselves inside of the Neox Factory grounds together alongside with the side of Hive International. And that ensured that they finish off top 2. If they can maybe just find a couple more games within the top 4, I wouldn't be surprised that they could still kind of make it into this week's top 16, but is that going to be enough? Because they have 0 points from the previous week. So it's still going to be a hard fight, but of course, every team should take pride in their journey of, you know, learning every step of the way throughout the league, especially for the new kids on the block, Afra, that has made their debut here this season. Now, moving over to the side of Dale, as well as the rest of Nemesis, they have definitely heard those engines roaring from the side of JNK as they try to place themselves closer into the area of shelter. But this zone further confirms that it's going to be in Minimilta. So that's a, once again, perfect spot for the side of Afra to hold. But the big question now is, can they defend it well enough, just like how they did last round?
Sigh. A close eye on HKG. And HKG this time around looking a little bit more quiet early. Saw Mankey did take a bit of a tag as well. But this time around, they're not going all in on those fights like they did in the previous match. They, which I think they started off pretty good. It's just that mid-round that looked really bad, especially since there were so many teams just kind of congregating on that southern side. And I'm looking at the feed right now. A lot of teams have already made their way into the circle. This is a lot faster rotation compared to the beginning of the week, where we start to see people really hanging out on the blue, kind of prioritizing playing at the edge of that circle. As TEO gets knocked one quickly already by MSI, immediately lobbied. Clody this time very decisive on how he wants to empty this entire mag. Baby Shine barely survived that encounter, and Kim Rexy as well, driving away for his life. This guy is a menace near shelter.
He absolutely is. MSI, they are super well aware of this entire area, and now HKG unloads the entire clip onto the 2 members of TEO. And that was not the most brilliant idea coming from Terra Esports to just blindly run into this compound, especially with multiple vehicles being parked around the corners already. A very early ending for the side of TEO with another 0 point around. Whereas HKG, things are looking so much better without the presence of NGGZ chasing their tails, but we talked about SKC needing to defend. Defend they will as they take out Say Cloud. Another run in, a little bit too overzealous of YG to do so, but they are also taking the smaller shacks closer to the town of Milta. As they look to clean up house. One tap for the top of Crazy, brings him down, and it's gonna be a quick run over. They'll be able to save Marnet Boy. GC, the next one to bow out with no points whatsoever. But oh boy, Say Cloud kind of run into hot waters, and now they have to play as 3 members. At least they do have the hovercraft and the entire Milta city to boat.
So many fights already happening this early. The majority of teams looking to prioritize buildings and areas as well. I like where Nemesis has helped put themselves there. It's a little bit more northern side of the center of that circle, but still a big space to hold. Behind them is completely empty right now. And the circle shifts, still prioritizing them as well. So I don't think Nemesis is in a position where they have to force fights at all. Like just hunker down and wait for teams to rotate toward them. Meanwhile, TTQ at the very edge of the circle, they need to move, and soon. Hive, understanding that, decides to move away and prioritize finding positions instead. They're a little bit more deeper in the circle. They have access to some terrains on the north side of where they were rotating from as well. The only teams they have to worry about on the outer edges is OV as well as TTQ. And this team loves to take fights anyway. In a way, this could work out very well in their favor. You can already see that OV has started to get that first pick, that first hit onto them, driving toward their angles. Meanwhile, on the eastern side, where a lot of teams are holding, I like where JNK is. Perhaps this would be a better look for this team compared to the earlier round, where they started off good but kind of fell off toward the later parts of the game because of how chaotic things are. But if anything right now, it's going to be a stalemate once again, since there are a lot of cover and buildings to for teams to kind of play around. As SKC already, I think, moving and playing only as a 3. Hold a thought. Support falls already. KE still waiting in the corner. Nang X trades quickly. GG knew exactly how to move around the corner, but weren't expecting Marl Burubu to be rushing in from the other edge of that corner. Can still save his teammate though. And GG is using the opportunity to bait out the other members of KE here. Nate cooked. Ranzer falls. JNK decides to join in from mid to long range, and it's great for them as well. Allows them those free pickoffs and kills, but it's gonna be GG that falls in the end.
Wow. Quite a disruptive turn of events overall as KE. They managed to sweep right through. While JNK heard some commotion and they kind of want to put in to try to make matters worse for the side of KE, who's currently licking their wounds. But I don't think it's wise of a choice for JNK to do so, which they also were wary of. They're only parking Lil Yaka on the edges, but now it seems like it is going to be a full rally as they are regrouping, sending more of their cavalry to take on the rest of KE. The problematic part of this is that they're on the other side of the hill, which they are trying to give chase towards, and Unknown finally finds the hit markers onto the heads of Campus. Eliminating 1, still 2 more to go. And there's just not much of the space for them to really rock up. Great angle here for the side of Unknown, but it is going to be some long-range attempts as they've already found themselves some safe refuge inside of the garage for the time being. JNK, they're not going to let this one slide. I believe they do have the firepower and the numbers to kind of overwhelm them, so they will carry on course. As DTK is not going to waste any time to stay put, because they know that JNK is not the type that will just allow them to stay still. As they move deeper into the Medusa intersection, it's going to be a clear passage right throughout, but the problematic portion about this zone is that there's barely enough cover. The real estates have already been claimed by SKC, Nemesis, as well as KE. These are the only 3 shacks that's that teams could actually hold out to other than the ones that JNK have secured over in the north. Meanwhile, back towards the side of HKG, it is Master Smile after all with a double with that pin down. Goodness gracious, and just like that, HKG are just limping. One member over on the back end tries to sniff him out, and they will be able to find the angles with a P90 in the hands of Mankey. They'll be able to bring the fight to him, and he shreds apart Romeo Boy. Goes in for a 180 swing as well, up against Marnet. And he steps out to the full with TTQ joining in the party, and this is where Marnet gets shredded out. HKG, they just absolutely ate Yangon for breakfast.
Yeah, and it's really insane how Mankey was able to play that corner. It was as though he was turning around. His sense was incredibly high as well. So aware that Yangon Galacticos will be coming in from two different angles. And the wrong timing, just the missed timing between the double swing spelled their shame. I mean, their doom, excuse me. Now, Yangon Galacticos, 5 eliminations in the bag. And weren't able to get a little bit more than that as JNK looking to run around the map, picking off eliminations left, right, and center. Remember, this team has not gone into a full 4v4 fight at all. They've had some long-range pickoffs. They've had some pickoffs while people rotating into the circle, and now they're looking to find a different way to go and about these fights. They're very healthy. They have a lot of space in that northern side. The only thing the team have to worry about is just BKE that's hunkered down in a compound. They don't really have to worry about them unless they want to go for a full set at all. And ATHR today, I think that they're looking really good. Surviving a lot longer than usual, made it to the top 4 the previous game. And this time, a perfect hold into the areas near shelter, but not for long because TTQ has breached their area.
While Sin will really have to thank Mankey for that P90 in hand though. After taking out the final member of HKG, he just stormed through the gates of Afra, takes one down. Lucky is getting knocked though. I believe he's on the outskirts, and this is going to be tough for TQ to consider a save. As Hive International are wrapping around the outskirts. I believe they will be calling for a truce for now. But take a look at Boki's position. I think he could absolutely have some major impact onto how TTQ approaches this. Super Khan also forced to hold back slightly, else that could have actually opened up a lot of angles for TTQ to really go for an ambush, which is now being held back, especially with the presence of MSI, who's been playing over onto the Lumber Hills for a very long time. And it seems like eventually MSI might be interested to also close in, but the zone is nowhere close by. These teams are kind of landlocked for the moment, and once they do move towards the side of the shelter, you have Asja as well as Nemesis, who's pretty much prepared. As much as we're looking at Nemesis, who's currently somewhere in the middle, I believe they're inside of the bunkers of shelter. I wonder how that one plays out towards the late game if they're not going to be out of the bunker. Whereas Hive International, this is going to be a tough call. They're going to be looking to squeeze some space into the zone. This is about to close within less than 10 seconds. They already noted that there is some Asja members, there is some BKEs on the edges, so they have to force one fight to happen.
Everyone's just being very patient right now. Especially since that circle did push more toward the eastern side. A lot of teams are still on the southern and also that western side. Hive, TTQ, Atra, MSI even. And now, BKE not only having the hard time to break into the circle, having to leave their compound, move downward, and then get into the area where 3 teams are currently waiting for them at the very, very sides. But we thought that TTQ would be winning this out is Atra. Once again, striking it hot. Perfect has done a great job with those first contact plays. Just keeping the rest of the other teams at bay. They do try to rotate over to them at all. Super Khan waiting in the wings, has a general idea where Boki is, and the nade hits its mark, even through the smokes. Read to perfection, calculated. Has to play a little bit more passive. Atra pushing through, I was kind of hoping that he would just go into the house and just secure this pickoff. He does. Took a bit of time, but able to move away.
MSI.
Wasn't expecting MSI to be close by. joining in on the fight.
Oh boy. That was a good last stand at the very least. But that also baited Afra to move outwards to try to pick him up. And that is to Perfect's demise. One member left for side of Afra. They will not even think about going for the rescue. But Sin has got nowhere else to go because he's also being marked by Hive. Ryman has just got the craziest sharp eyes to even look out over the top side of the hill. Finding one more in the back. Hive remaining to be very consistent as they leapfrog further ahead of Yangon Galacticos. BKE side by side with KE. KE's inside of the shelter grounds, the bunker. So it's not too much of a cause for concern just yet. Hive International have been able to pave a passage into the zone somehow. But they're on open terrains. The only one that could challenge them right now is MSI, as there is a dip that Nemesis is currently holding cover for. Nemesis has to play this defensively. They know that surrounding the entire area feels at the very least 3 other teams, and they will prioritize themselves in the zone. Up north is absolutely cleared out, so Observation Esports could actually take claim of that space eventually when they do move in to keep themselves pretty much safe from harm's way. As for the rest of Nemesis, I believe it's time for them to start to aggress towards those members of Misfits. One member getting picked off from the side of Hive as MSI is doing a great work to deter range from pushing upwards. And now opens up a little bit more angles up against the rest of BKE. It's gotta ensure that this UAZ is gonna be staying afloat though if they really want to move deeper in the zone, because they're still playing by the edges and the zone's closing in a matter of seconds. Well, not too worried as they do have the hovercraft to now try to go for a drive-through, but the shots are still tagging upon them. Ching Ching goes in for the full send. Are they gonna be able to get those members from Hive International? As they will try to smoke their passage through, but the nades are flown right in as the Misfits will now go on the rally. Finds one, the grenades does connect, not enough to take him down just yet. All down to Ryman, and he's running out of air. Might be able to at least draw an exchange up against the rest of Misfits. But these nades are also coming in from another angle of Nemesis as Ryman catches fire. This is not gonna be good. And that is barely enough cover. Thankfully, he's got just about enough time to heal up and retrieve his teammates if he wants to, as he shreds out the last member surviving of MSI.
Raimon making the most. Barely alive, brings back his teammate, and most importantly, they've already gotten 6 eliminations, just the 2 of them. Now, Nemesis waiting down below here. They have some smokes, and the smokes will eventually go away. Some of them are just barely alive right now. One nade is all it takes to just blow them to smithereens, but they also have to be super aware that right on the other end is SKC, BKE as well. The nades hit. Nemesis losing 1 member already, one of them half HP. And I would love for Nemesis to get a little bit more aggressive, really fight for their corners, for their area. Raimon and Monboy are just making so much sound, so much noise, that everyone is so attracted to their positions. Regardless of everything, they're still not in the circle. They're still forced to really find a different way into the area, into the zone, forced to go for these fights. And Nemesis kind of hunkering down into shelter. I'm not sure if I'm a fan of this. It's so easy to get choked. It's so easy to get stuck under.
Can't really blame them though, because right now, safety is of utmost priority for some of these teams out there. Nemesis, as much as it could be very tempting to try to pick on the side of Hive, they were forced to kind of give a little bit more of that space and just try their level best with a couple of grenades. Instead, Observation will do just that. Kid now on the assault, but that barely covers him with a Tikvago smoke. I'm just so impressed by Hive International on how they've been able to display that tenacity with only 2 members left. Especially for the side of Ryman that did actually hold out against MSI early on. And the thing is that Hive, they're just blindsided. They don't know where they're popping their grenades. They don't know where else will they actually be able to point their weapons. And they're slowly being choked out like you said earlier. And Hive, The only way is to really fend off against those members of Nemesis, and it is going to be a blind search if they really want to go into that dip. Perhaps the better option here is to take on the rest of OV.
Gonna see how exactly Hive is gonna come here. They have a lack of bodies to work with, and also keep a close eye on OV. OV has so much control the right side of that circle. They have like what a 1-1 formation on that side, and you really gotta give it to them. It just screams confidence. How they're able to just really play on their own self-sufficiently, but it does give me a cause of concern, mostly because when you're that far away from each other, how exactly are you going to play off each other? How exactly are you going to rotate off one another as well? But since a majority of teams are currently on that western side, they can just really take that wait and see situation. KE is still waiting at the bottom underground as well, as BKE somehow finds the perfect opening to completely eradicate most of the members of Nemesis. DamiOS knocked down already, but where are the rest? Dale is just so slippery, hard to pinpoint, and for good reason. Currently dropping down into the bunkers where no one can see him. And the rest on the top side there, let them do what they want. Let them take these fights. Let them be aggressive against one another. As BKE is still locking horns with OV. And OV, again, this wait and see situation keeps the rest of the teams at bay. Keeps them questioning whether or not they want to rotate. Cannot see how exactly to climb up this terrain.
As much as when you take a look at how small the map currently is, that is giving them just about enough space to play around the shelter grounds, I'm just surprised that Nemesis might actually bump into KE inside of the bunker later. But for now, take a look at this big bowl where they're playing out from. Hive on top of the bowl, still somehow holding firm. As Observation Esports, they had to kind of pull away from the aggression for the moment, as they start to realize that they are not in the clear by staying put for such a long time. So this might actually give an edge for Hive to slowly play this one out. The problematic portion about this angle is that they're only working right behind those trees, and it's not even close distance for them to even prime those grenades towards their surrounding. But BKE, I'm loving the fact that, like you said, pointed out, they just basically take swings at teams. They manage to clear out majority of the side of Nemesis, and by doing so, now they could also afford to rise up to try to take on the rest of the members of Hive. And now the nades are flying in. Ryman hopping back over to the Sia, but BKE full sends it. And this is causing a stir as they go in for a goose chase. Ryman overaggressive, overheated, and Kid has always been on the mark, just basically baiting him out for his teammates to just shoot him down.
Honestly, he had a great idea, had a right play, but it's just a matter of, yeah, like you mentioned, it was a little bit more too over-aggressive. He really tunnel-visioned on that fight. Potentially, he already had an idea that he might not make it out alive. He probably thought he wanted to go big or go home, and I guess the answer for this one is to go back to the lobby. As Baby Young Me, that's that first knockoff on his end, trying to find a different angle or trajectory he can work with here. And he's trying to make it very, very surgical! Catches one. Try to climb up the stairs as the blue zone pushes, and this was what I was worried about. If the blue zone pushes and you have to go up those stairs, up to those entrances, it's not gonna be easy. You have to be shooting upwards. You have to clear those tight corners. As Janboy gets one pickoff for himself, Hive goes down, and from across the map, JNK as well. It feels like a free-for-all in this final map, as no one is comfortable, no one has control of most of the areas. KE eliminated at 4 with 7 elims, and SKC, JNK, and BKE are the last 3 still alive.
Well, I'll tell you who has the control right now is absolutely BKE. They were in control of the shelter both for such a long time after winning out up against the rest of Nemesis. And the ones that can match that firepower right now is JNK, but they are by the edges, and Zone 9 trains directly in the center as they will have to force to take on this fight. Chucking their space. Great work coming from the side of Godspeed with those Molotov to deny even more area for them to work with. Maybe Young Me might need to quickly pull some strings here, but his teammates have fallen. And now it's only down to Baby Young Me. He's got nowhere else to go. And Godspeed, all he's got to do is wait right now. Finding the ridges. Nade now being flown right in. As JNK looks to secure their massive win, despite the control, despite the odds, as they once again thrive here on the final day of the weekend.
Honestly, great teamwork, almost like a tag team. You throw out that nade, your teammate jumps out immediately just to clean up that last elimination. It's just so fun seeing this team play, especially how, I would say, methodical, how they approach the map, how methodical they approach these fights as well. Rare that we see a full send without a good reason. Survivability on a high, and so are their firepower. Godspeed with 6 eliminations throughout the entirety of that game, with his teammates providing a lot of support and cover fire to allow him to make magic.
Magic it was, and Godspeed, my oh my. We saw even in the early game, they were basically going for those pickoffs, giving a little chase towards members inside of TTQ. And I think like the call to really play up north was a real great one, since a lot of the teams were actually playing over on the southern side. So that allows JNK to have a lot of safety net to work with, while also clinching plenty full of points. Now, let's go over the highlights, and we'll come back for more.
JNK looks really good, and I have to say that was one of those maps that were a little bit more, I would say, hard for a lot of teams to navigate and a lot of teams to fight. And despite how chaotic that map was, we're not seeing the big double-digit eliminations as we usually see on the more skirmishy maps. Regardless of what exactly happened or transpired, is JNK that won that one with 9 eliminations, one of the highest, or if the highest elimination we've seen so far on this particular map to open up the day. BKE, KE, and OV, this is interesting. These are the 3 teams that came in from Group D that did not play yesterday. So I have to say that our prediction that the Group D would be starting the game fairly hot is definitely on point. Now, it's interesting to see how the rotations had been happening. JNK kind of like avoided shelter altogether. They played toward the side of the circle and kind of made sure that they can really secure or win fights instead of just blindly or panicking taking space, compared to the likes of, say, BKE or KE that kind of hunker down the area. But for them, whether it was a desperation sort of play or not, the fights are clinched and they look really good, making sure that no ends were left untied. Now, Godspeed taking the MVP one more time. Not an unfamiliar face when it comes to the MVP title, when it comes to these fights, when it comes to these chicken dinners. Really heavy fragger from this guy as well. He's aggressive whether in long range or mid fights, and also really good at playing off these, I would say, individual angles while his teammates play alone on a different part of the map.
Absolutely agree. I think like JNK really have gotten a great formulation on how they actually take all these pickoffs as well as fights. The way that Godspeed really puts himself into the forefront in order to really open up so many angles for them to work with was beautiful. Initially, BKE did actually have control, and it's all thanks to some of all these teams like Hive International, who was kind of swaying the attention of the side of BKE that allows GNK to eat up every area that's around the center ground, which eventually it was a tap out coming from the side of BKE, but they still clinch a respectable finish with a total of 11 points to tie the knot with KE. So with 19 points right now, JNK really are trying to their level best to move into the top 3. So if they just need a couple more chicken dinners to do just that. OV Hive International with quite the bulk of 8, whereas this is some high frag volumes that we're seeing throughout the entire course of the lobby. Sad to say that Aja, GG, GC, as well as TO, they didn't really have much to offer, where they were just basically rotating for that space. We see that gate crash coming in from the side of GC as well as TO. That did not work well, unfortunately. So they got to go back to the drawing board for the upcoming matchup. So that being said, though, we definitely want to see how does all these points add up when it comes down to the overall charts. Because right at this moment, I think like our narratives are still being set onto that blue line. I want to say red line all the time. Nemesis have so far bypassed PNX. Now it is HKG's turn to fight that number 6 to tie the knots with a Nemesis, and of course even more if they want to surge up against GC, who's currently stagnating. So that will be the main fight that we'll be seeing, who actually gets to topple each other. While Hive International, they still continue on that streak of points. YG was held back. They didn't get any ranking points this round, but it's still certainly doable for them. JNK with the chicken dinner, they are already pretty much equal in the form of wins with Hive International. But other than that, I think that it's been smooth sailing for the rest of the party.
No, it's really interesting. I think we talked a little bit about ATHR, I think really coming to life today. And a part of me is really worried for them. I mean, it's not a big amount of points that they chase. After all, to make it to the top 16, you only need to beat that 75 points. If you want it to be more secure, you can see that space between the 15th and 16th place, 91 to 75. That's almost like a full one win game with a few extra eliminations on top of that as well. So to chase is still going to be a big problem. No one in the 16th place all the way till 20th is in a position to feel very, very comfortable at all. So this is something I think that I'd like to talk about more after this. Regardless, we still have 2 Erangels today and 2 Miramar, so do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Before we dive in for more action, of course, you guys can get your hands on the Apollo Project Evo and IE, and it's currently in stores. Of course, this is an exclusive collaboration with the hypercar makers Apollo. So you guys have got to, of course, get your hands on it before it goes off the stores within the next month. So what are you guys waiting for? Make sure you guys, of course, get your hands on the Apollo Project Evo and IE again. I guess I've done enough ads for the rest of the week. Today's the last week to do it, I guess. So, yeah, Tash, we still got 4 more games. I'm excited for it.
Yeah, there are going to be 4 more games coming in today as well. This will be the halfway mark of today as well, as we go into this tournament. Now, we had 2, I would say, teams that I would not have expected compared to the rest of the week to have gotten chicken dinners today. OV got one. I believe JNK did get another one as well today. I think JNK has had like a nice little, I would say, streak going on here. I would say streak in a row, but rather they've had chicken dinners left and right. They had really convincing ones as well. They're all very, very clean wins in how exactly they navigate the fight. So I'm very excited to see what exactly they have to offer. I think when we were doing our predictions, right, I was really keeping a close eye out on JNK, and I'm thinking, how many chicken dinners can JNK get today? Especially since the last 2 days they've played, they're starting to build up a lot of steam. They look very, very convincing. Their fights, their rotations look very, very good. Their calls have been very, very clean. But for me personally, I have a little bit more of an emphasis for those teams who are currently at the bottom of the barrel. There's a different mindset that these teams have when they are put in those pressure cookers, which is why SKC and KE are going to be my picks. We saw insane rounds coming from KE from yesterday till today, and SKC has been good on rotations, really unlucky on those first 2 rounds. I'm waiting for that pop-off moment.
Yeah, I voted for JNK 1 round too late, right? Perhaps. But I think they could still be on a roll overall because of how well they've been able to navigate their passage, just like how Observation Esports did in the very first round of Rondo. So I'm expecting major improvements coming from the side of Ozja as well, because last time round when they moved into this map, I felt like they were kind of desperate to really vie for space. Who can blame them? Because when we take a look at the Sheltered Grounds, honestly, there's not too much of a cover to work with, which is why a lot of teams were fighting around the outskirts of farm as well as Milta in order to get by before getting absolutely congested in the mixture of teams that's been waiting around those bunkers. So that being said, though, this is another opportunity for these teams to shine. And of course, despite all the odds, the pressure might be getting onto those teams fighting for the top 16 position yet again. We'll see who will give each other that big uppercut here in our second map of Erangel as we move into match 3, week 2, day 5.
It's already an interesting flight path on the side of Novorepnoye all the way up to Severny. So a bit more of a right side shift to the map. Now, I think I think some confirmed drop spots we know we had I think Yango Galacticos on Novorepnoye, and the reason why I talk about them is because the first 2 games they played today hasn't been the best of outcomes. At the very least, they weren't 0 points going out of the lobby, but it's not your usual. I would say, make it up to the top 6 till the end with a few handfuls of eliminations of Yango Galacticos. It was early knockouts. It was unlucky rotations. And for me, in particular, if I were them, I would be thinking, should I be changing my drop spot right now? Is there an alternate area that's a little bit more toward, I would say, a safer circle rotation, which is going to be mainland? But they're sticking to their guns. They're gonna be playing their usual game. But for me personally, whenever I see a team dropping in SMB, I get a bit nervous. The rotation is very scary. You don't know who's waiting on the other side of the bridge.
For sure. Even for the likes of YG, they will also be starting to concern because the last time around it was MSI that rocked up against them very early on. So we'll have to see on where does this circle appear. Kind of like a 60-40 split. Some chances in the island, but I won't really put every chip in the basket just yet. YG can afford to take it slow. They don't really have to rush towards those corners. Whereas for those teams like Hive International, GC, who's already inbound, they're going to be happy, but maybe not too much for GC. They open up the account, and there we go. Quick tags coming in from the side of Camper Tova with the GC weapon as well. My goodness. Quite the crazy start that we're seeing because they were trying to actually claim these compounds, and now it will all erupt. I believe some of the members of TTQ barely has enough weaponry. You can see there's only one Scorpion in the hands of Ngin Ng, and that's kind of like a decent start at the very least. He does actually find an AKM. GC well equipped. I can't say too much about TTQ as much as they do have a DPS. They gotta wait till GC pushes in though.
Yeah, it is painful. TTQ is taking so much damage. I think Super not nearly got knocked down as well, which is why GC is just looking to really aggress. And it's frustrating, especially if you're 11th place. You don't want to get out or get knocked out this early. GC from 15th place is looking just not only farm points but go on this mad climb. Mewtwo waiting on the top side here needs to win this to be able to bring at least Super Hunt back into the game. Jumps out the window where Nyang Eng was very much ready for him already. A nade thrown out. He's low, but the very least quickly taken out and dealt with. Now, throughout this entirety of this fight, GC did not lose a single player, and they're already 4 points up.
So clean. I love the fact that they've been able to really get their hands on to those early dips of weapons, and they just absolutely got the upper hand and claim majority of the estates, making it so much harder for the side of TTQ. So, TTQ, 2 rounds in a row, are starting to stagnate at 103 points, but I dare say 103 point margin right now is as good as it gets for teams to, of course, confirm their number into the grand finals. But you gotta also say that the league rank points does actually add up altogether to have a better head start into the grand finals, I do believe. Now, going for the pickup, there is still a little bit of a commotion going on with Hive members extending out of the area in order to try to reap some rewards on the outskirts of Pachinki, of course. But it will take a little while longer. GC, though, the only problem for them is that perhaps they lack the vehicles. They do only have one monster truck. Maybe they will all just hop on board and move towards some other terrains like Gatka to play around with. But other than that, I think the coast is clear. Hive, as much as they want to get a couple points, they could not afford to really overextend.
What exactly is the plan here on this northern side? Look at how separated SKC is. Look at how far apart KE is as well. At the very least, I think one of the members of SKC is at the very top of that hill. So could potentially, I think it was Panda? Yeah, it's Panda. Could potentially call in his teammates to get a little bit more closer to that side of the building. Go for a nice cross from the bottom side because he has that vantage point. Take this kill, take the kills, take the points, and then rotate over. But I think it's not going to be happening since KE is already in the vehicles. I think they're looking to rotate toward Asnaya Poliana. And meanwhile here, Yago Galacticos does finally get to that bridge. And who's on the other side is MSI. And you just know this fight between MSI and Young Galacticos is about to get super fiery. Granted, how these two teams have been performing throughout the entirety of these weeks, how all in their fights have been as well. Especially MSI that had one of the days this week with a triple back-to-back-to-back chicken dinner.
Yeah, I can certainly recall that on the opening day itself that a lot of teams were expecting YG to continue on their glory run, but it does seem like this week they are lacking a couple of dinners because teams are starting to try to put a little bit of a chokehold against them. Other than that, I think like most often than not, they also tend to cancel each other out when it comes down to Wrangle. So if we judge MSI's performance for the past couple of games, it hasn't been all glitz and glamour for sure. They do walk out with some average multi-frags to actually close off their rounds, but haven't seen them take a win for a while now. As for YG, they've expected, of course, those members of MSI. So they are just face checking with the hovercraft while they could, forcing Ching to, of course, make a firm decision whether you want to stay put and go for 1v1 against Romeo or just stay back. And the wiser option is to take the inner grounds of the farm terrains and look to hold them out much later on. So MSI, they can afford to do just that, or just basically have a change of plans, move deeper into farm, let the rest of YG bypass, and eventually sort it out later. So I kind of like where this is going, because MSI, they don't want to risk it. They still have JNK to go up against, because the past 2 rounds, JNK super consistent, even bagging a win throughout the past round in order to really form quite the gap between the two of them. So MSI's main aim is to at least get back to the top 5.
Look at KE here. I think they were like, what, in this stalemate with SKC for a while. I think we talked about them a little bit just now, a potential of these two teams fighting, but SKC just a little bit faster, excuse me, on the rotate, which means they're a little bit ahead of KE, could potentially kind of hunker down your school and potentially be the gatekeeper and keep KE out of the zone, or they could go in a little bit deeper, maybe toward the outs of Pochinki, where there is that high ground terrain they can hold on to as well. It could very well work into their favor. Another few teams are still out in the blue includes, I think it's BKE as well as GG. Ozja still not in the circle quite yet. Nemesis as well. Yango Galacticos a little bit more late. But you have to remember, this is a very difficult circle. It's still a big majority of the circle that's still, I would say, in the circle. Majority of that lower island that's still in that circle is number 1. And number 2, the circle shift still includes SMB Island. So again, this is where you gamble, 50-50. But a majority of land is still on main, so I wouldn't be surprised if it's still gonna be main anyway.
Yeah, very likely so. But we could always be trolled by the PUBG lords overall. Meanwhile, we'll leave it down to luck for some of these guys out here, but when it comes down to CQCs, it is always going to be a little bit precarious for some of these guys to really wiggle some room. Kapratova does actually spot one out. Motion just passing by the window and unfortunately got clipped. That actually opens up these opportunities. GC hot after the win and up against the side of TDQ, and they got the rest of Terror Esports boxed in, waiting for the right moment to swing, and thankfully there is Kim Yoko to cover ground for the meantime. They do get the resets done. Kapratova still gets a knock over onto Rexy, while Chilput goes in for a backstab, and now they got them all corded up, and it's going to be a last stand, and will be able to secure 8 hefty points without much of a trouble. Only losing out Crazy, and HKG is going to be the next challengers to also move in the way. Big Nates now drop right in, takes down one member of the side of Afra. Wow, Ching drawing it close. He's got that grenade all cooked up, and it will easily take out Boki.
And Athra, it's unlucky for them, especially since one already gets knocked down. They're already, I think, was on a good run to climb up the ladder, and now with losing 2 members already, it looks like it's gonna be an even harder route. Grey Top does at least find one, and Clody looks to trade immediately, jumps out the vehicle, gets very up close and personal in your face. And on top of that as well, immediately knocks them out of the lobby as GC wants to take this fight against HKG. Kapratova waiting in the wings, watches his teammate immediately gets kicked out of the game. HKG is looking nasty right now. But HKG as well, alive, but not before GC goes at 13 at 9 eliminations. I think it's a pretty decent run for this team.
Yeah, massive wins is as good as it gets. They were pretty much overwhelmed as well, because usually you need a little time to prepare for the next fight. But HKG, they took matters to their own hands. They're not allowing them too much of that reset timer. And somehow, HKG now have plenty of all these dev boxes to loot from, so that will give them some really good engines running into the late game. And we'll have to see, though, on how well will they be able to at least form up over onto these quarters, because there will definitely be more teams moving into those territories as this will just be by the edge of Ferry Pier, by the corner of the bridge, which we'll see OV as well as Yangon Galacticos to move in a little later on. Plays unit is going to lead the pack as well to take over the corners of the Lighthouse. So this will be very, very difficult for at least a good half of the lobby. We definitely do understand as to how these teams are getting more and more aggressive on their pursuit, because there's really no viable option than to really pick up a fight. And we're also seeing KE now being stranded in between those members of Asia Esports. Carrillo did actually get a little bit more room to work with now that Asia is just driving towards a different location.
I think no one really wants to hang around SMB. The only teams that are still in there right now is somehow KE and Yangon Galacticos that have not even rotated to the western side of the island at all. Osja as well is still hanging around Farm and Milta, hoping to catch anyone. I think Yangon Galacticos, to be exact, if they were to rotate northern side and toward the circle itself. I wouldn't be surprised if this circle actually just goes toward the very, very edges of the bridge either, just to really choke up space away from many of these teams. And granted, we're on stage 3 with only 12 teams left. I already lost 4 teams. This isn't as fast of a, I would say, tempo as we saw on day 1, but it's still aggressive enough because a lot of teams, I think that the later rotations comes from this idea that number one, the edges of the circle, the very sides, might be already occupied by other teams because of that lack of space on both the mainland and also the island itself. And number 2, a lot of teams really hunkering down and hoping to catch fights for those later rotations.
Yeah, this is starting to get even rougher on how much space could they actually work with for the meantime. BKE at least got themselves some really good grounds here with the warehouse. Just side by side on the gas station with the rest of Observation Esports. Also having a wide spread up throughout the corners of the Lighthouse. So it's really down to Kid whether or not if he will be able to at least pull some of all these areas where they could just slowly sift through the cracks and maybe nab a few members from the side of Black Eagles. And I'm just concerned for those who are on the outskirts instead. I mean, OV, so long as they defend well, they can easily guarantee a top 4. They don't really have to over-aggress as well, whereas for the rest of SKC, finding their way through the north, running out of time, running out of space, and Asia have been really putting a little bit of a dirt on their eyes for figuring out as to where they also do have to rotate towards. At least a good portion of the south side of Gatka does allow a little breathing room for these teams to try to hold out. It could still be a little bit of a shift later on, as MSI will just be parking themselves by that tiny little shack. Very dangerous move, but not that they really do have a choice. Ching Ching now tries to sneak in an angle. I don't think he could actually do much with that, unfortunately. MSI did actually win the trade out in the early scuffle. Marnet Boy with desperate attempt to cut over on the river side finds the rest of KE marking onto them. Marnet Boy, no rescuing hands around him. Master Smile too far off. And it's another bad round for the side of YG to kickstart this round of Erangel, but they are trying to fight their way out of this one. Carrillo stops Master Smile on his track. And there we go. KE takes absolute control.
Unlucky. I was very concerned about the rotation coming out of that circle, and KE, knowing that Young Galacticos will be there somewhere. Regardless, this is a very desperate play. Both teams pressured by the blue zone. Both teams having to cross that bridge. And both teams taking heavy losses already. Say Cloud is going to strong arm his way through the bridge and does make it to the other side. He's quite low though. And you start to see Master D2K thinking whether or not he wants to go for this 1v1 in the corner. Feels like he's about to get baited. Gonna throw out that nade, so Say Cloud does steal away a bit more of that attention. Gives Romeo a bit of space to pass through the side of that bridge. Takes some firepower, but also have to remember that OV is waiting on the other end.
we take a look at another fight breaking loose. It is going to be out of range with the MG tree in hand, but he could not afford to actually get through the cracks.
Wow.
And Nang X did manage to shred them all apart just like that. Hive members, they crumble in defeat, only leaving down to Ryman. And he's only got a Pumpy with him. Gonna have to deny their entry points though. He tosses out that Molotov to buy a little time. But his members are all pretty much claimed by the rest of GG. So explosive on their charge. They did not least expect this at all. And now, it's all about trying to at least catch a point out of the side of GG. Big Nate does actually clip over on the side of support as they look for the right timing to push through. There's only very little angles to work with. He's already smoked up the entire room, but it only takes a nade. Easy peasy for GG.
Yeah, it's great as well. Really stops the, I would say, the aggression or more points coming into that team. Makes it a little bit more easier for many teams to catch up to them in terms of placement. Now, Yango Galactico slowly trying to cross through as the blue zone shifts. Yep, Romeo goes down to the play zone as expected. Probably have seen OV from a mile away and thought to themselves, I don't think we want to give OV any points. They're going on a rampage right now. They have the perfect angle to gatekeep us off that circle. Let's just, I don't know, let's just kind of go down here. Don't give them more any points and just maintain our second place lead. As for the circle, finally does eventually pull toward that mainland. A very tiny portion of it toward the southern side is water. So OV, a little bit more deeper up there, can potentially go and take this area away from BKE. The compound there is going to be key. This is one of the few compounds that's inside of the circle that is just mostly open land. GG is doing well. They have a nice terrain to work with. I like where they're holding right now. MSI in the shack in that corner, but also has a few other little buildings to work with as well. So they have a nice little scatter hold. And the same could be said about HKG. Now, MSI looking up toward Nemesis, putting a bit more pressure into them, and for a good reason. Nemesis needs to rotate into that circle. They need to go down the terrain, and Nemesis is in a horrible position. They cross in front of MSI. They're gonna get pelted by by gunfire. Either it be for MSI or even HKG. Could potentially also be a cross-map shot coming in from BKE on the other side as well.
Yeah, this is just a little tough for these teams to really wiggle out of those kind of space. MSI, they're doing a good job keeping themselves steady though, despite me, of course, scrutinizing their position earlier. Now they do get the upper hand in the form of the zone that they're currently holding, despite maybe not being able to go in for long exchanges though. It's a fight between HKG as well as another party over on the eastern quarter map, while JNK takes on the rest of GG, who have just won out against Hive International. Big nades now sent right through towards Nang X, but there is imminent threat coming from this side. Oh, a little bit of swing from the drive. It's still going to be a tough one to call out. While Ranzer goes in for the drop shot, does actually go down. Master Ishii somehow still holding on, barely surviving though. That eruption of the vehicle will take him out, Cole. Whereas JNK, Godspeed having knocked down. Not the right moment to actually go in for the save just yet. We don't really blame them, as the rest of the other members of GG are just hoping to scale up. And now with another zone shifting towards the side of GG, the rest of JNK will have to really push towards that corner. And that is what they're currently at for the moment. A lot of nades now expended. Not really hitting the mark. Kaya might still be able to work something out, as he is also priming a nade eventually. And they cannot afford to take too long. Observation Esports might be onto something to try to scale up towards the hillside later on. It's GG trying to defend in this 2v4, while HKG finally opens up the fight up against the rest of Nemesis, who's over onto the wall side. As Dale is trying to really find a recovery for his teammate, while there is Wuem over onto the edge. Zian, how much more can he do? And thankfully for Mankey, from the top of the roof, he seeks him out, and all that's left to do is to really clear the space indoors. Still no revival just yet, so Nemesis is stuck all alone with Dill trying to hold out. He spots them moving around the corner, and this should be the end for them. Nemesis, they all got crushed by the pressure.
They had to make a choice on which team to fight. They chose to go toward HKG. Was wondering why they decided, I guess, going toward MSI since it's a 2-1 formation. Probably the lack of information kind of kept them at bay. Regardless here, JNK showing us a masterclass of what it is to be on a streak and be really hot while they're at it. They already have 5 eliminations. They've already managed to take out another team. Even a member of SKC got knocked down in that process. SKC now pressured. They did have a bit of a shack to hold there. Yeah, smoked out. But the amount of gunfire, just being shot toward them is a lot. So eventually, one of them does fall. They have a nice terrain to move toward as they go inside the area. And the thing about GNK is that they're taking on 2-3 different teams at the same time. Very aware and unafraid to show their hand. My question is, what exactly is going to happen when they do breach into that circle later on? Are they going to be caught in that crossfire? But for now, their main priority is landing these long-range shots, which is what Lil Yatka has been managing to do onto Crofi. They have to worry about Panda as well as Dabe. Crofi falls finally after barely able getting it reset. Dabe as well now on fire as BKE also joins them in, pressuring them as well. And once again, SKC falls a little bit too much earlier than usual and not being able to get that great positioning that they're hoping to get early.
Yeah, it's just a big scramble out in the open fields without much of a cover for them to really get much done, unfortunately. GNK though, I love the look of this team so far. They've been the aggressors over on the hillside, and now they're gonna take this fight indoors up against the rest of BKE. Observation Esports, they have ample room to slowly lurk their passage across, and finally, they will be able to also be involved in this potential three-way exchange. JNK holding back ever so slightly. They're out of troubles as they mark over onto the locations of Aja Esports at the very same time. This is going to be a very, very important call for either side of these teams, because one wrong move, you could be sent out from the top 4. Still 6 more teams remaining. And JNK looking to see if they could eventually infiltrate with the hovercraft crashing right through the gates. Observation Esports have somehow made this a crazy affair with a crash in from the side of these members of JNK. Skynet still holds strong inside the warehouse as he scaled through the boxes to find that double. Just like that, it's only one member left for the side of JNK, with too hasty of approach that kind of costed them so dearly, and now it's gonna be a 3-man swing to settle the dust, and they will be able to take that claim. But Observation Esports, this is their time to shine.
Oh, BKE looking really good right now, and the circle is pressuring. Have to take this fight against OV. Stuck inside of this warehouse as OV completely surround them. Danboy takes a bit of tag damage from that nade, but still unmoved from where he's holding. And OV, knowing that it's gonna be his warehouse hold, decides to clear close with those nades. Janboy and his teammate already breaking into the wings and those corners, spots out one. K99K, barely alive, hops into the hovercraft to stay alive. That is a very, very tanky vehicle, but not gonna last long. K9 and him both jump out at the same time, hoping to catch OV off guard, but it's them to fall. It's almost spectacular seeing how BKE breaks into the area, takes this fight without losing too many of their members. But ultimately, it's OV that comes up on top, brings back the teammate into the game with a 3. So it's a 3 versus 3 versus 2. Austria very, very quiet this game, but still very much around.
That was still a pretty impeccable defense, like you said, about Black Eagles. And Observation Esports, the timings were even better. The way that they've been able to really call the shots in those fights was just pretty much bold and also much necessary in those kind of situations. After a long trade out between Aja as well as MSI, it was some of the players from the side of Observation Esports that did struck out the rest of Aja, and of course the final one being claimed from the side of Misfits International. HKG now makes it into the top 3. No NGGZ, no problem at all for them, as they now double down alongside with Observation Esports to keep the rest of MSI at bay. And there we go, Kid. has only got to mark the final member, Issei. He's barely alive. He's by the blue zone. He will get taken out. And now the battle is between Observation Esports, and this might just be the very first chicken dinner for the side of HKG.
So gotta wait. OV has been spectacular with their hold. And granted, their positioning on this terrain a little bit more centralized means that HKG will have to push toward them. And they're starting to as well. They have about, what, 50 seconds to really rethink how they're gonna move around that area as that circle shifts. So now it's about trying to see whose head pops up first, trying to see who gets hit by that perfect nade first as well. And Mankey, getting a bit more antsy, decides to push into the zone. Finally taken out quickly. OV not allowing anyone to get out of there for free. No smokes can save this man. So will be out of the game already with 10 elims. Unstoppable. OV already emoting. Early celebration of their win, perhaps? Who knows?
Very
They
likely
are still
so.
fresh and hot from their last chicken dinner. And HKG, you could start to see the cogs in their brain moving, trying to see how exactly are they going to move into the area.
I just love the fact that Observation Esports, they were so swift on their maneuvers, right? One portion, they were in the lighthouse, gatekeeping other teams like YG from the early game, and then they saw a fight breaking loose from inside of BKE. They went at it, and of course, they take that big win, and now they go back towards the shore, which gives them so much more of an upper hand up against the rest of HKG, who's slowly being choked out of space. This is going to be a tough one to crack. But since if you can find those angles, if you can find Rex, this becomes a lot more doable. There we go. 2 versus 2. Right now, make it double. HKG, they're on to something. As they fight tooth and nail for this chicken dinner, they try to deploy him out in the open as he's running out of zone. The win will still be in the hands of Observation Esports. Back-to-back chicken dinners for the Burby side. And they might even find more in the upcoming games.
Honestly, insane looking at how they were playing. They also had those very, very early fights in the beginning of the game as well. We could start to see that this is the form that they wanted to show us in the beginning of the week. Personally, for me, I knew there was some potential coming from this team, but it didn't feel like it was a standout potential compared to the likes of like Hive, of like Yango Galacticos. This team had this performance in them, but chose to wait till the last possible few matches to really pull this insane comeback and surprise the entire lobby. Once again, Rex will be the one with the highest amount of knockouts in his team, and this team has been fairly, I would say, consistent with their fights, with their takes, with their holds, and I wouldn't say it's a lot about prioritizing position either. This team is great at finding windows of opportunity to break into zones, to find fights as well, and be able to choke teams as a team, like other teams as a team, together as a unit. Regardless, let's have a look at what transpired in the last game before we break down even more later.
And once again, it was Observation Esports here that takes a big claim. And of course, as much as the zone actually benefit them on their rotation, as they do have that firm access from the islands, it was more of the way that they've been able to really play it out as a team to really deny any more of those space from the rest of the squads from moving inwards. And by the time it goes down to a full squad up against the entirety of HKG, they just really had to hold out as HKG got choked out of space. But Rex, he was out for blood, securing himself 4 elimination points as well as 7 knockouts and plenty of damage to offer in this match.
Yeah, honestly, we're starting to see like this, I would say, pattern of how high the frags can go for this team, especially just from one player as well. Now, Ovi once again with another winner chicken dinner, and this time with 22 points, and you can start to see that disparity of points between them and the rest of that lobby. Great to see HKG up here as well in second place. I always felt like HKG would have this really insane starts, but somehow fall short somewhere toward the middle part of the game. It's nice to see them making it here onto the top 4. We had a bit of an idea that today might be the day they really come online, and we're starting to seeing sparks and life coming from them as well. Now for the rest of the teams here, we're looking at Hive currently at 0. We're looking at Young Galacticos, who got knocked out a little bit too early, and things are getting more and more serious as the bottom parts of the ladder are starting to get very serious, starting to bring their A game into the game, and everyone is starting to get very, very competitive. No one is winning matches unscathed, and no one is truly a lobby leader at all.
And take a look at this. That second place finish have put HKG to the top 16, knocking down Nemesis Esports. And tell you what, if HKG continues on to rally in the upcoming rounds, they might actually be safe. They might be able to move into the grand finals, and that is what I am looking forward to witness. So there's just so much of all these surprises out there. Of course, we celebrated the win of Observation Esports. This team so far looking impeccable, but HKG, this is one of their debut seasons moving into the PMCL, and they are doing so much to represent the region of Hong Kong SAR. So I definitely want to see how well could they actually bring the heat if they ever qualify to the finals. So we're seeing the shakeup. We're seeing all these kind of stories align pretty nicely. So we got to see if they do have the fight in them.
Oh yeah. Now, I think when we go into today as well, I think if we could, I would say, really bring up this entire week, right? I think if you and I were to sit together and say, hey, which teams are the teams that are doing well? If we were to talk about this like literally yesterday, before today, I would say Young Galacticos has it in the bag. Hive is looking really good. 214 looks really, really nice. But if you were to ask me that OV is going to get a back-to-back chicken dinner, I would say, maybe not. It doesn't seem that they have the ability to close games. Today, they show us that we are wrong. We're looking at teams like JNK that start to get really hot since yesterday. Shows us like, okay, we are a team that likes to come back a little bit more later. When things matter the most is when you show up, and that is where, and that's what matters. Regardless, we have another 3 more maps to go, 1 Erangel and 2 Miramar before we close up the rest of this league week and figure out who manages to go to grand finals next weekend. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for more 2026 PMCL Spring.
Used to hear a new calling. Used to be a world all in. Lifestyle you would lead on me. Lifestyle.
New urban area.
New urban area.
New urban area.
New gameplay.
New gameplay.
New gameplay.
Gameplay.
New gameplay.
Gameplay.
New gameplay.
New skills.
New skills.
New skills.
New skills.
New skills.
New mechanics.
New mechanics.
New mechanics.
New mechanics.
New airdrop vehicle.
New weapon.
New themed area.
New interface. New UI.
New AI Ray.
New system. New system. New system. New system. New system. New system.
New system. New system.
PUBG Mobile 8th anniversary.
Welcome back, everyone. Halfway mark. But before we get into that, don't forget, everyone, that Team Up for Everyone with our friends of Minnie and Bam Bam from PUBG Mobile has a song out for you guys called Carry You very, very soon. There's more events and exclusive items coming your way, so do not miss out because this is the best celebration to date, the 8th anniversary. You know why the 8th anniversary is so important, Contra?
Why? I want to know.
Because 8 means ong.
Yes, why?
Yes,
Why?
what? Yes, correct. So that's why we want to be here celebrating the 8th year anniversary. Now, for you guys at home who are just tuning in, don't forget that this is the halfway mark of the final day of the league stage of the 2026 PMCL Spring, where today none of the top dogs made it to the top. In fact, it's a back-to-back chicken dinner from OV and our latest top. Did you call it top dog? Or later top dog? You know, depends on how you want to approach it. Also JNK.
I was tempted to say hot dog for a moment.
Are you hungry? Have you had dinner?
I have not had my dinner, but I did actually have a very late lunch. So I think like I'm pretty good on that department. But overall, all these other teams, they are always hungry. And yeah, like I said, we have JNK, we have Observation Esports, they're ramping up to speed. And I think that it's pretty much similar on the kind of momentum that OV built on the past week. They start to show up closer towards the weekend and they start winning out a lot of all these matchups, which is always great to see. And of course, we're all in for it. So I'm hoping that, you know, we start to also get Hive as well as YG in the mix. YG's had a really bad day. Let's be honest here. None of the games they get to even partake into stage 4 or 5 even. So I think like maybe moving into the rest of these matchups in Miramar, they should have just about enough safe haven for them to slowly play this one out. So hence why I'm going in with the votes. Although I know that I've done it a couple of times already, I haven't been able to hit the one onto the dot, but I'm starting to also list Observation Esports because their momentum is just undeniable, right? The way that they play it out so cleanly has further convinced me that this team has what it takes.
Oh yeah, and I think what's really good as well, that, I mean, to really say something about Young Galacticos, it may not be the ending they wanted, but still not out of the game quite yet. They still are leaving the lobbies with at least 3 to 5 points. I think game 2 or game 4 was their best one over at Erangel with, I think it was 9 eliminations, 3rd place. That was currently their best game so far. But hey, it's we had a break. Mindsets have definitely shifted. I really want to know what the coaches would have told their players while we head to that final sprint of our last day here on the league stage.
It's the final map of Erangel before we hit into the grand finals next week. You don't want to miss that one, so make sure you mark your calendars for our Friday run. Starting off, of course, on May 1st, as we will now take flight from the corners of Lipaka and to Gatka. A little bit more comfortable for everybody to get around the map, but despite so, the zone will tell you otherwise. We've seen a lot of all these treacherous areas of play that have really denied any form of a opening for certain teams that we've expected to perform. And to me, I like the storyline that's being cooked up because it allows teams who are fighting for the 16th spot to continuously climb.
Trying to see if anything shifted here. No, I don't think so. I think everyone's just going to be playing their own usual style game. Fine. We had, I would say, the first 2 Erangels were, even though they were very, centralized circles, it was in no way easy. We had one of the maps have a circle that covers both SMB as well as the mainland, which everyone had so much trouble trying to rotate into. We had a circle which headed toward the right side of the map, toward that shelter area as well, which everyone was having so much trouble, either whether they want to be above ground or underground, or if they even had any space or areas of cover to work with. And now we're going back to that left side of the map. Personally, for me, this area is a little bit more easy to navigate, unless we get a quarry circle, which is a little bit more annoying to deal with. Oh, hello!
Ooh.
Who gets it? Whoa, we're sharing cars now? Okay. Alright, Chili Putt decided to say, hey, I don't think I'm gonna get this, and gets run over. Goodbye, Chili Putt. This is what you get when you don't get your car, I guess. So first blood by Clay Jr. And you could really see that OV looks very confident right now. Just starting off with those very, very early fights. And speaking of early fights, another one is happening here, right outside of Quarry as well. As Zin with the spray doesn't really quite hit the mark, but his teammates are on the outer side. Could potentially go for a triple swing, which gives them great dividends. You know what? Give him a knife as well. Why not?
Yeah.
Great way to end your last Erangel for this week.
Quite an explosive start. A lot of shenanigans taking place from the buggy to this fight that has happened a couple of times before in Quarry. I thought like maybe it would have been a better idea if they just both dropped directly in the warehouse, but yeah, it doesn't seem like Afra has been forming the better of the exchange. 2 knocks already, of course, one being claimed by the side of TTQ. As they make swift measures up against Afra. Perfect. Oh, almost got it though. But he got to make case. Yes, he will be able to find it. But where is the rest of TTQ? Are they not going to fire back? Okay, they're busy looting up. Okay, I guess it's fair enough that they took 2. They have to give 1. As for now, it does not seem like he's got any vehicles to also book out of the area. So he's only going to be playing by the compound, which means this is going to be his last stand. Gonna see if he's going to find those isolated picks, though. Only with the smoke that's about to dissipate in 2 seconds. It doesn't seem like that smoke even helped him out in that former case. So TTQ, clean 4-1. Only losing a member, so not too shabby to kickstart our final matchup of Erangel.
I like the fact that they actually really doubled down this fight as well. Usually most teams would like lose 1 player, and then especially since TTQ was on the outside, they could have said, never mind, let's just rotate another place, let's get our weapons and stuff like that. But didn't really quite happen. Yeah, this is a very nice area in Lipovka. I would go there if I had a good friend. Would you like to go with me, Contra?
I could, after
Did you download PUBG Mobile?
Of course I do. Of course I do. You're telling me 8 years of doing this and I don't have the game with me? Excuse me?
Would you like to ride with me on a buggy to Lipovka?
Like, I'll be sitting on one of those carts of the Ferris wheel and then like wait till somebody shoots me down maybe. Is that like a PUBG date if we're going there together? Yeah. I don't mind it, but yeah, we got work to do right now with MSI now. Traversing very early. I kind of like that there's a lot
This is a very nice horse.
Oh, yeah.
Beautiful horse. I'll name him Contra.
Oh, okay. I guess more people get to ride Contra.
Whoa. Okay, back to business. That's enough of that. Coming toward the map in general, yeah. Gatka looking very, very popular right now. With TO there already, Hive on that side. I am excited to see who exactly gets to become the king of Gatka in this particular map as well. BKE over at Hospital. That terrain in front of Hospital, if they do get it, is about to be prime location if they're able to hold on to it.
It's true. I think like overall, a lot of those areas of play is very viable for them to really find a couple more catches. As for the side of YG, I saw that they were moving very, very swiftly. I thought they were just going to stay around the mainland, but instead they moved back into Novo for the meantime, getting those loots up. I'm trying to recall where exactly was the zone. If you could, of course, refresh me for a little bit. I think it's somewhere close to the center, so it shouldn't be too difficult for the moment, which is why a lot of teams, they are moving very quickly in the center control, but Bohem retrieved a lot of attention from JNK. This is one of the worst teams to pass by, and this is the very reason why. And oh boy.
And JNK has been really good at those, I would say, those early fights, right? If they cross another player, they immediately react. And most times, it's insane how fast their reaction time and game awareness is, because by the time you realize they're there, you're knocked down already. And it's always an instant, I would say, kill confirm as well. They don't waste time and bait around other players because they don't want a situation where they get knocked down and you know, the bait and switch that just happens so much.
Yeah, they're just super duper efficient, and now they're sitting in with 198 points with that addition. Probably will be breaking into the 200-pointer mark from the course of how they've been playing for the entire day. As for Nemesis, they didn't just lose one, they lost two in the process, and it's also getting attacked by Hive International, who's ready to also leave the facilities of Jinky. Oh boy, no one bites the dust with Ryman. Up over on the rooftop, as that's going to be a easy picking. And all of a sudden, Nemesis finds themselves in the pickle. This is really bad for them. I mean, now their chances of racing up against HKG is nigh impossible in Erangel, which means they only have 2 more maps to go. Unless if HKG gets taken out with 0 points, then maybe there's still some viable options on the table here in this map. But yeah, this is just no good news whatsoever for Nemesis.
No, it really isn't. And I always say that if you want to be in the center of that circle early, you're going to have to be prepared, to be strong enough to be able to take fights, to be able to defend your compound and area. And in this situation, you know, I understand that Nemesis wanted to be one of the first ones early to that middle side. And it felt like in this particular matchup, it felt like everyone was on that same idea as well. I haven't seen this many teams in the middle of the zone this early in many of our matches. I think a majority would be toward the left side a little bit more, some toward the edges of the zone. And I think this time around, because it's getting a little bit more competitive, a lot of teams weren't able to win out their fights toward the edges side. They're saying, okay, an alternate way is for us to be able to find a place early, hunker down, and prepare crossfires and also protocols to defend our areas. Now the circle pulls up toward the area of ruins, toward toward that hill over there, in front of hospital. And this is where things get really interesting, because I was expecting for BKE to jump up onto that terrain and hold on to it, but they're taking a little bit too much time. Might be a possibility of HKG getting on top there first.
Yeah, certainly it could be a potential with SKC also getting shut out by JNK. These guys, they have laid out traps after traps, and now, like, even find a double there, putting up some shred. And this guy just jumps into the window where Master Ichi is holding. Not the brightest idea, but I could see why he tries to do so, because he barely has enough cover. And it is just so difficult for everyone out there on the fields. JNK, very happy to really stay put, as this whole mountainous area is going to see plenty of visitors later on, which is why they're guarding onto those compounds for the time being. Whereas for the side of GG, they're wise enough just to try to hold back for the slightest bit. Don't really want to poke too much of the hornet's nest. We last saw so many of all these teams falter to the hands of JNK already. They don't want to be part of that at all. So SKC, they will try their level best to try to move up north of George. I think that is definitely the safer play, judging from the amount of teams that we already have close towards the center.
Now we have a look at so many of these teams. There is a body of water toward the northern side, right? So KE that's rotating from that northern side will either have to cross with the bridge, or they have to risk it by crossing the body of water itself, which I do not recommend, because where GG is holding here is where exactly KE is gonna have to fight, including, oh my god, there's so many people that I cannot really see. I think SKC is around that area as well. Now this mountain where HKG is holding will have SKC in the wings. I think there is JNK as well in the very tail end, but JNK doesn't seem to want to show their hand too early, so they're not gonna all in and try to take away that space, but they're gonna slowly push away these teams before finally choking them, like they usually do when it comes to these fights. For Nemesis, despite losing a majority of teams already, of players, excuse me, already, they were already getting one pickoff onto Lucky. The nade comes through, doesn't really clip onto Lucky, so Lucky, like his name, stays alive for a little bit longer, but the rest of his teammates aren't exactly close enough to get to him. So he's probably going to just bleed to death, and it's a great call coming in for them as well, for Drex, I mean, because like it or not, either Lucky gets picked up and his friends come out in the open and he just sprays them down, or Lucky just bleeds to death.
Yeah, there's just no other way out. As for the side of Nemesis, somehow they stay afloat. Despite being in such a dire situation. TTQ
try?
with the drive-by.
Oh, he's gonna try.
He has to. And Drax, he's got this grenade as he kind of runs past over the corner. He missed the mark,
No
but he still
way.
hits the swing. Incredible with the S12K. Drax holding on firm. And now TTQ gotta cut those loose ends. There's no other way out.
Honestly, as well, as much as Drax wants to really try and secure those 2 pickoffs, can't do anything since Crazy is close by. Forced to put on those smokes as well. Ever since, I don't know if you saw a glimpse of Yango Galacticos as well, sort of hovering around the area as well. And they're also known for third party, so you really don't want to be too over-aggressive, especially if you want to prolong your life in this lobby, to be able to at least get not only your elimination points, but also your placement points later down the line. So Super Hunt already getting into the zone, taking a lot of damage as he does so. Barely dodges that nade as well. One more to come through. Goes out in the open. Drax is pressuring him, and he has to choose his fights, and he chooses Drax, and it was the perfect choice as well, since he finds his elimination, takes out Nemesis, and now he gets to bring his teammate back into the game.
Oh boy. It's just so rough here in the fields of Gatka and TTQ. Initially had, a stroke of an idea, and ever since Drax absolutely put a dent onto them, they just seem like they could only limp for the time being, whereas for the rest of KE, they are getting themselves into the mix to try to shut down OV on rotation together alongside with BKE. They arrive safely over onto the corner, but it doesn't seem like it is going to be the best option to hold for too long. But at the very least, they are going to be closer to the zone as compared to the rest of KE, who has already gotten themselves into the area. And just like that, easily shuts out Janboy. KE, they're going to take full charge. Well, there is still Kit on the block, though. This nade's looking pretty clean, but not exactly hitting the mark up against Carrillo as he's parkouring his way through. 6 grenades, plenty to unload, but the zone now depletes. And they will now full send it with the rest of KE trying to finish the job. This is not the best that we've seen coming from the side of OV as they went one-shotted. He was holding on to the grenade, and he could not afford to fire back. Master D2K, thankfully, he reacted in the nick of time.
Yeah, even Master D2K passed by him, probably got a surprise. Like, we're just not expecting him to be out there in the open. Now pressured with the blue, JNK will be the one to keep them out of the area. Barely one of the members of KE alive right now. Running away with his life, not for long. Master D2K knocked out already here. And even if JNK wins this, look at GG. Support is just being that the eyes and the ears for his team, getting a lot more close and up close and personal. About to call on his teammates if, say, JNK is in a predicament. KE does get eliminated already as well. So at the very least, JNK is quick, just rotate into the circle. A support could potentially break JNK's formation. I think they're aware, so you can start to see them just really come a little bit more closer to one another to make sure that each other can trade, can pick up, can try and go for cover fire.
Yeah, I'm pretty surprised that, KE, after picking up that win up against Observation Esports, they took too long, they soaked in the blue zone, and stage 4 absolutely hurts. We are seeing half the lobby already out. Well, almost half of it, since there's still 11 teams. JNK so far dictating the course of who really gets anywhere close towards this ruined sector. So far, they've been a massive force to be reckoned with. Asia Esports side by side as they are also getting onto those wheels. Now, this time around, a much better run for the side of teams like YG to be able to just move from the southern terrains being uncontested, whereas all the action is going to be taking place here. Both BKE as well as Terror kind of wants that space, but it is preoccupied, and the 4 members of MSI, they just double down. Look at the angles they're holding. They're just waiting for somebody to step in.
Austria on the wings. BKE just waiting on the side. Well, BKE players are so far away from one another. I'm wondering why did they get separated? I'm wondering, I think it might be the case. I think they probably got overrun. They probably were just running for their lives, got scattered, and not able to rendezvous. If they were both able to survive, it would be great. Survivability would be much better, but Baby Young Me not in the best of positions. There's MSI here. There's also, I believe it's TEO as well. He is barely hanging on for dear life, probably praying for at least K99K to outlive him at this point.
It's such a tough position. Nowhere else to go. He just needs to buy as much time in order to try to benefit from this current scenario. Whereas for the rest of TTQ, they're still hovering around the edges. They are thinking whether or not should they go for a little bit of a fight. Doesn't seem very likely, as there's just way too many teams around this north. Even Hive International is currently skewered over towards the left side, but certainly enough, this is going to be a zone that does give an edge towards the side of JNK still. Asia Esports firmly planted, whereas Southside dominated by YG, which can still make the cut over. As we will take a quick glimpse over onto the side of Hive International. How will they move into that territory? Because they know for a fact that there's players all around. And the attacks are coming in from Terra Esports already, but they are still going to go in for the full send. And they will spot that member of BKL.
That's crazy.
Happy feet! Somehow doing enough damage towards Momboy, but not enough to take him out just yet. Good attempt, but that will be the end for him. Whereas Hive International, they got one. There's still two more teams to go after.
Because fight as well. I believe that in this corner, TO and MSI are somewhat in a parley as they wait for the time being. Hive will set up those smokes, will set up those nades as well just to clear close. And MSI force a little bit more back. Answers back with nades of their own. One of them does hit the mark though, and of course it's Pretzels. Who else would it be? As they finally try and breach into that area. They are so aware that MSI is close. So they're just playing it very, very safe and very, very close. And they're cooking this nade very, very, I would say, to the last possible second. South 8 knocked down already. They want to breach through, but they don't know how many is waiting in the wings for those trades. Pretzel quick to find Ching Ching as he jumps through that window. Monboy found in the side there. Util in hand, position off. And FB with a double frag. Two members of Hive knocked down already. Mon needs to get picked up. But where exactly is he? As we move into a different area here, TO also joins in on that fray. And no one will be getting out of this alive. MSI is out as well. What are you gonna do here? Because the winner is only gonna be TO. As Range and the rest of Hive completely overrun the area as well. It's a fight upon a fight upon a fight, where HKG somehow survives it and Hive takes full control of TO's position.
HKG arriving in the perfect manner, and now they had to really storm through the gates with so many of all these players limping in the corner. And not much that Kim Rexy could actually do about this situation. Those are actually claimed by JNK as they swing towards the top side. I guess HKG really took their sweet time, but it's still gonna be pretty much a decent ordeal for them to just quickly gather up whatever resources that they can to try to fend up against JNK, who's already got 10 points of elimination. Yaka now put to a stop. Well, there is still that member of BKE trying to hold out. His days are numbered with a drive-by as it switches towards the backseat. JNK, this is just an absolute domination.
Really took their time throughout everything as well, despite losing Lil Yatka. Master Ichi will be the one to step up there with 6 eliminations already. TO still very much in the game as Kim Rexy manages to leave the building, bring himself back inside. A triple swing to confirm the kill. That's a lot of respect given. and a much better showing by TO as opposed to the beginning of that day. And now HKG, without having any space to breathe or reset or reposition even, has to face up against JNK, who have the upper hand advantage, who has the terrains, and most importantly, is a little bit more closer to the zone.
HKG solidifying themselves into the top 5, and that could only mean one thing. They won't be looking forward to take on GG, and so long as they continuously push themselves into the top 2, they might just be very safe for the grand finals. We have to take a look though on the overall charts once we conclude with the ranking points by the end of the day. While YG is still here within this scenario, which is not going to be a good news for the rest of the party, but Austria, they played it so defensively. For the entirety of the game, they have not really put too much on markers on their backs. Now, they will have a good claim over on the eastern corner. Suffice to say that, at the very least, YG, they already know of their location. As for JNK, they have to take a little bit of chill pill. Too many fights early on. They still have 3 members to work with, while GG tries to fend off any aggressors moving towards their side. Cloud taking too much of a hit. Thankfully, prone just in the nick of time. YG super familiar with these grounds though, but he's got to dodge those bullets and those nades while he stood up. Trexie gets the catch.
Austria looking very, very much awake compared to yesterday as well. Joseph quickly runs Cloud over. No one left alive as Austria look at the push they are doing toward Yangon Galacticos. Still playing it very, very safe though, understanding this terrain could give them a little bit of space and a trajectory to keep their hits low. Here comes the nades and the mollies as well. Smokes to boot to deny a bit of space and also information. So Yangon Galacticos trying their best to stay alive, because Austria has the advantage of 1 person compared to the rest of the teams. Even then, if Austria does get into the zone safely, they have to worry about GG on the top side, the northern side, which has been a thorn on their side. And while they're able to push through, even then, Yangon Galacticos also is being, I would say, pushed by HKG from the southern side. So in a way, everyone is sandwiched, everyone has to watch their backs, and no one is feeling very, very safe on this right side of that circle, as opposed to GNK, who are just laughing it off at the other side of the terrain.
Yeah, they just got so much of all this room to play for JNK. They're just gonna let it rip while the big nades are flying through for the side of HKG. They did manage to dodge a big one. They don't have much of a meds left. Okay, there is that full med kit that he will put good use of. Holding firm. But the problem is the zone moves deeper towards the territory of JNK. So this is going to be a 3-way fight just to squeeze through the southern side. The left side of the map absolutely out of bounds, despite having Ziyin trying to pave a path. Maybe a lurk might be sufficient for them to eliminate 1 or 2 members of the side of JNK, but looks as if to me, right now, there's just no opportunity that they could actually fend off against those members just yet. Aja now moves out of the open.
Oh no.
Tries to challenge YG directly as they will just crush Romeo. Only 1 left, and that's Marnet Boy. Barely enough space, but he's trading well. He's somehow surviving the cut. Quickly pops that first aid, but that swing is coming through, and that will be it for the side of YG. Only 2 limbs this time around, but a better position in the top 5.
Joseph still moving around the area, and Austria still has 0 control of that circle. And JNK slowly moving into the zone. Look at this perfect terrain they have. The high ground on top of the roof as well. They can see across the map if they wanted to. But opting to go for a more dominant hold, at least for the northern side of the area. HKG is close by and want to challenge this team, and for good reason. You want to flush them out, you want to take away the advantage they have, which is that terrain. Xiaojia as well as Xiaojia, as well as Sins from that lower side, they have a bit of space to work with. They can slowly come up to the top. But Sins is currently being pressured by that map, as far as the blue, so have to find a way to get closer to his teammate to be able to play off one another. Gonna wait first as JNK slowly move forward. We want to give a bit of space or a situation where they're able to throw a nade and get a knock as well. As for Austria, they have some players inside of the zone, but that low side of the terrain makes them a little bit antsy. As the John tries to cross, immediately the cross map shots come through, and one gets knocked out already. HKG getting very proactive as Master Ichi will be the first one out. At the same time, JNK, they also get a pick of their own on the other side.
So Esports, they gotta settle the scores real quick. The nade! Oh, almost fully connecting on to Joseph. And now here comes the push coming from the side of support. The John now pinned down, trying to give him any form of information. Trezzy, he does actually find it. Good damage being done. And now down to Kaya. And he's running out in the open. No chance whatsoever from the sights of Joseph. And what a clutch that was. Asia holding firm. That stronghold of that compound that they've been holding on to, and then the push towards YG. They somehow have settled the scores by swinging over to the south side. JNK, despite only having 2 members now, they could still have some possibilities. And take a look at HKG. Another run into the top 3. But I'm unsure as to where the final player is looking around. Sins is the only one left, as he might be able to take one out from the side of Austria Esports in the form of Trezzy. That's one grenade being sent out onto the location. Now this is a very dangerous game. I dare say that HKG still has certain chances, but he's got to be very patient. But unfortunately, Godspeed has spotted him.
No one's moving. No one wants to make the first move. No one wants to show their hand. HKG is, for me, the most at a disadvantage. One player left, barely alive, and he turns it in his favor. Unknown falls. Still a possibility of getting picked up there. Godspeed is doing everything he can to be able to do so, but Austria pushes from that top side. So he's gonna try and play that smoke criminal play. Reposition. Shows his position!
Oh.
And the nade is perfect. Now a 2v1 with Austria from the top side of this hill. Mollies and nades come out. Joseph shoots from the other. The perfect pizza cutter angle to be held, to be played as well. A great situation to crossfire. And Austria does it in the end. After a quiet week after day 1. And welcome back to the week, Austria. A winner chicken dinner for them.
A firm defense turned into an all-out offense for them to claim this chicken dinner as well. Another incredible run from not only Austria, but also HKG to be in the top 2. So this is where the story's at right now. HKG, we hope to see you in the finals. And same could be said about Austria Esports as they claim another massive victory here. As we've been waiting for quite some time now for the Cambodians to now have their accolades. Let's take a look at the highlights before we break it down further.
All right, GNK looking really good now. Still at first place regardless of that chicken dinner ending with 15 eliminations in the bag. This team is starting to look like a powerhouse, not only in survivability, excuse me, but also in their fights as well. Throughout the majority of that game, they had so much control of the circle. They were mostly uncontested on the western side of the zone as well. So for them, this gives them a perfect opportunity to just pick up kills left, right, and center. Austria look like they're very much back in form once again after a fairly quiet week. They are one of those teams that I would say have huge wins and also quiet games as well, and I'm so glad to see them up here in the end of the week as we look at Trezzy taking the MVP title with 6 eliminations. And you really gotta give it to them. Their timing to go and push and be able to overwhelm JNK was just so good.
It was absolutely perfect. The way that they really were super conservative in a good manner as well on how they've been able to really read the situation and then start to slowly go back for even more towards the very tail end, which, you know, a lot of these teams, they usually are gonna be trying their level best to just push every single step of the way that they get the opportunity to do so. These guys, they basically know a very methodical way of just slowly getting the edge despite having a very feisty JNK in this round that has back a total of 20 points because of that 15 eliminations. It's absolutely crazy, but HKG today, they've been securing those double points and it's looking hella good.
Honestly, I am so excited to see who makes it to the top 16 as well, right? I mean, when you see the bottom parts of that ladder, you start to get a bit surprised because when you look at teams such as SKC, GC, ATHR, they've had big play moments, and then you think, oh, they must be very comfortable through the middle rungs of the overall ladder, and then you start to see that because it's so competitive, because some games they have explosive games and some games they're super quiet, it's really hard to maintain that lead. I think Austria is definitely one of these teams as well. I believe they are one of the few teams that had about 3 chicken dinners and were toward the bottom side of the ladder in the beginning of the week. Now they're slowly climbing up. Now that game really catapulted them a little bit more higher to 8th place, and I think it's looking good for them as well, considering that they are a team that has huge wins and very quiet rounds. This is a not bad outcome. Regardless, still in the top will still be Hive. Regardless of everything, still about a 10-9 point lead ahead of Yago Galacticos. And again, both these teams haven't had those insane breakout moments that they had in the beginning of that week. A lot of teams are really starting to climb up there. JNK has gone huge, jumping from the middle of the pack all the way to 3rd with only a 20-point difference between them and Yago Galacticos. If they still play the same way they're doing right now, today as well as yesterday, I wouldn't be surprised if they were able to overcome both YG and Hive by the end of the night.
Yeah, overall, this is definitely a very huge tension building up for those at the top, and also for JNK to really take this giant leapfrog of a surge throughout Friday's run till today. I think they are well on course, especially in Miramar. They've shown up so many times before, so we'll see if any of them will win a big one here in the final 2 maps of play. It is a race to the finish line, and speaking of a race, if you do have the Apollo Project Evo NIE, I'm pretty sure that you will arrive at number 1. So, of course, this is the collaboration between PUBG Mobile as well as Apollo, bringing you the finest of German engineering as you can get your hands on these supercars as it's available in stores till the next month, of course. So make sure you guys get your hands on it while it lasts, and also check out all the latest offerings that PUBG Mobile has in store for all of you. So with that said, I am excited to see who will be the ones to take the lead by the end of the week, because right now, as much as Hive International is holding on to that #1 spot, this is looking a little frail with all these teams really piling up the pressure map after map, and I think like we're gonna see maybe certain upsets taking place.
Yeah, I think episodes is definitely gonna be happening as well as we start to see the end of the night come through. I think as we go into Miramar as well, this might be the change of mindset, that mental reset a lot of teams need. I know that for some of the teams, I think after interviews did say that sometimes when you are already at the bottom of the ladder, things seem very, very rough. They start to lose their composure. They start to lose their, I would say, their momentum. And when you are in that position, it's hard to bring yourself back into the game. We also have seen teams that already know that they're not going to make it at the end of the night. I think that this was back during Super Weekend was a thing where they will be the teams just say, you know what, we're not making it. It's already too far from us. What can we do? Let's just disrupt teams and just stop whoever that's trying to vie for that 16th place spot from being able to hit 16th place. Why not, right? So it depends on how the mental is going to be. But as we go into Miramar as well, we have a few teams before that showed, I would say, insane performance from them. If you go back to it yesterday, I believe that Yangon Galacticos had an insanely good run on that final Miramar toward the end of the night, excuse me. And the same could be said, I think, what was it, JNK as well did manage a chicken dinner there yesterday. But another thing I really want to point out is that even on this map, Yangon Galacticos was not able to get the chicken dinner. They got second place with 13 eliminations. So I do expect that this map is where we start to see Yangon Galacticos get a little bit more active.
Yeah, I certainly think that is going to be the case overall, where they need to eventually get that #1 spot so that they will find themselves in a better, not only better state to kickstart the grand finals, but also to have that confidence when the final 3 days come into action in the grand finals. So now we move into a different terrain altogether, but of course they've been familiarizing themselves on how to really play this one now. We've already seen a lot of difficult zones over on the south side, plentiful of it, and maybe a couple times it does end up closer towards the areas of St. Martin or so. So I'm wondering if this is going to be a very big offering moving into our penultimate round of the weekend. Of course, with a couple of more seconds to go, this is where every team is gonna look to clinch the biggest of prizes, and it will now take its course here in Miramar.
Okay, last 2 maps to go, and the pressure is high, especially for those who are fighting for a slot to the grand finals next weekend. So from Tierra Bron all the way down to Partona, this is a very right-handed heavy map. So getting to that left side is going to be a problem. Hell, if we have a left side map, I would love to see that Matt Dash come through from the eastern side to the western side from all of these teams. Now, as we go into the rest of the week here, and if you do remember how most of our Miramars have been going, it has been fairly centralized with a random Puerto Paraíso map going around, as well as a very southern Chumacera map as a circle as well. That was what I feel, a more difficult terrain and area to play with. Regardless, this is such a big map. Meeting early is a choice if you think about it. So
yeah.
Let's see where exactly the alternate drop spots will be coming through for some of these teams.
And here we have it, with plenty of clusters moving around the central area. MSI as well as HKG, I do assume. It's actually YG that's going to be inside of Minas Generalis. A little bit of a change of scenery as we are seeing an absolute opposite of the drops as we'll cover the grounds of Crater Fields. I'm pretty sure that if NGGZ were to be around, they'll be super happy about this, but they are not over onto any particular games that is being played out for today. So this boils down to whoever gets first dips over onto the northwestern corner of the map. As for the side of KE, they found themselves a straggler from the side of GC, but there is a couple of players with those vehicles to also close in, so it is going to be a direct confrontation for both sides.
I am keeping a close eye out to a YG actually. We did see them kind of like, change the way they drop, right? And now I think some of them, I think Master Smile already got a vehicle and he's just making a beeline to the middle side of the map. He is actually the first team / player is already deeper inside the circle compared to the rest of the other teams. Now, as the fight in front of us unfolds, it's gonna be Malburubu that opens it up and immediately sends Chiliput back to the lobby barely 2 minutes after dropping into the game. Carrillo trying to find an opening to jump through, even find an angle as well. Unfortunately for him, timing not on his side. He doesn't find that in the end. And Carl Marabu has found another knockdown. So, he keeps going, he's aggressive, his teammate falls. Pre-fires as he jumps down so he's able to get closer to his teammate, but GC wants to see whether or not they can beat him out. Try and go for a double swing. Campertova finds Carrillo in the end. He can't be picked up, and so does Carl Burubu. Malburubu has done the most, and unfortunately for him, his team cannot continue this in one piece, with 2 alive and 1 still bleeding.
Yeah, quite the bloodbath that we're getting in the early game here between the two. I would say that it is kind of indirect on how KE wants to really take this one, as they do send one member on the outskirts. Understandably so, since they have had a couple of casualties, especially having a catch on the outskirts kind of hurt him. Thankfully, Lucky was positioned there as well, else GC might have a little bit of trouble. Now that shot's coming from Campertova, so multiple teams are actually within sight, which is surprising to me. Oh, actually, it's just coming all the way from the compounds once again. Lucky will secure it. Up against KE. I dare say that they absolutely overaggress on that skirmish. And henceforth, now have to play a very, very slow game. I hope we don't name these horses, right? Contra was Erangel. Is any one of these task bunny?
Okay, wait, hang on. I like to name one of those horses, Shamim, who has been whispering in our ear the entire week. Shamim, great to see you in the game. Thank you very much.
I would have actually named it Choo Choo and Sir Clout, but I remember Sir Clout doesn't have that much fur.
Girl, bye.
But yeah, Shamim, our MVP of...
Oh, no. Wait. Go back to KE. I need to see this. Oh my god, KE. This guy, Campus, last man standing, stole away 2 players from GC. What a dampener. GC was just already, fairly safe, and now he gets away with murder in a smoking vehicle. Thank you, production, for showing that to us, because this is cinema.
It's absolute cinema indeed, and it is about to be a huge fiesta as well. Supercon now driving by, and TTQ.
It's TTQ that gets the kill.
Yeah, they got pretty much the whole wrap up over on the course, because they stole that 1 point away from tagging over on the Master D2K initially, and now they once more rain on their parade. GC though now gets spotted, and there's only 1 member in the corners of that vicinity, so it shouldn't even take too long. But what's going on here by truck stop? This is a location that we don't really see much casualties, and Ranzer, thankfully, he was just sipping on coffee and allowed the rest of Misfits to just refuel some gas. Of course, those stuff are pretty expensive, while the rest of GG kind of trailing on to them over on the edges. this is still very far from the zone, which I absolutely do understand why MSI don't really want to take too long here. And it's at least a good 2 kilometers to actually get there. So more likely than not, we're just gonna see more and more of these teams starting to make their convoy by the end of stage 1. Afro as well as SKC, I see them glowing in blue. I wonder how far do they really have to relocate, as a lot of these teams, they start off from the south and the west.
Yes. The rotations coming from the southern side is actually much more slower than I thought. A majority of teams have already made it here, with the center of the circle being Crater Field, and you know that's a very annoying area to go through. You go to the middle, you're at a disadvantage because you're going to be right smack dab in the middle of the area where other teams will just really kind of like pin you down from the sides of that crater itself. But if you're outside the crater and you're trying to get in, also another problem itself. And I think a lot of players would prefer if the circle didn't go there. But for us at home, we'd like that. So circle gods, please press that crater field button. Thank you very much here. But there's still a lot of space for most of the teams to navigate. San Martin, still fairly empty. Power Grid as well. Monte Nuevo is not fully booked out quite yet. So there's a lot of real estate that the teams can go for while they wait. And speaking of waiting here, JNK definitely does not have the patience. Spotted a member of BKE. Waste no time to spray him down. Master Ichi does get tagged, but in response, you send out Godspeed on a buggy to reposition. And I don't think that GNK really wants to really force this fight. Just gonna find a different way into the area. Maybe become the team that goes in front of them. Place themselves in a position, a more, I would say, advantageous position, so they're able to take this fight. And also watch their backs in case a third party were to happen. Now finally, KE does get eliminated at 16. But they've done enough damage to GC because they're only one player left.
It's a little bit of a bummer for the side of GC for sure, which we saw all of that unfold between them, KE, and eventually the rest of TTQ as well. Somehow it does shift towards the south side, which is a little bit more of a familiar ground, but the problematic part is majority of these teams, they are already northbound on the hillside, which means a fight will take place before certain teams even get to retrieve some area of play. Hence why they will have to descend. As for Nemesis, they got the rest of HKG around the Crater Fields area, which they could basically sandbox them into this very wide space. But somehow it's only going to be Hades that's going to be able to find maybe some angles. The rest are still over onto the spine of this crater, so no opportunities found. Better yet, just carry on their course, because whoever gets the power grid pole will have a lot of power, while HKG actually bites back with a little bit of an unfortunate drive-by from the side of BKE. The unsuspected victim goes down. So that is going to be another pointer added to the tally, which assists HKG on their climb upwards. They've already surpassed 2 teams today, climbing into the 17th spot from 15. They might actually overtake SKC even in this match.
Lucky to lose one this early as well, but still can be picked up. It's just a matter of where exactly OV has positioned themselves. How much space they're holding there. Nice terrains, different layers. So he keeps Athra in this situation where they're just question marking themselves. Does get to Sin in the end. They have Boki playing a little bit more further front for that cover fire. I don't think that OV wants to try and push up either, just because of the uncertainty of which area is clear. Regardless, the blue zone is shifting. Boki will be forced into this 1v1 with Clay Jr. as well eventually. They're gonna, like it or not, they're gonna have to fight. Waits. No head spotted quite yet, but will happily break the tires of that car. In a way, it does sort of slow down the positioning and rotation coming in by Athra. The car, vehicle, the tire is exploded. Blue zone shifting toward them, and OV is moving slowly, ever so slightly to the front of the blue, just to keep them away from getting into safety. And that is frustrating. It almost feels like a rage bait.
It really is. Afra, they're not falling to their trap just yet, though. They rather just hold out in the blue zone, take the wider wrap just to try to let loose from their side. Boki somehow has to traverse even all the way towards the back. But the thing is that he's just circling around stage 3. You can see how quickly they're depleting. And there's not too many boosters left for Boki. Play Junior in the same predicament while the rest of Afra now finds the ambush to close in upon Clay Jr. Great wraparound to really pull up a fight. But the big question here remains, is it worthy of the timing though? Because both sides are now being held back, slowly chipping out on their health bar just to try to deny that spacing. It seems like Boy is going to be stuck over onto that corner. Needs a little bit of helping hand coming from the rest of Observation Esports. It does seem pretty much like a tough run for them to even consider the long haul trade once more. Perfect will eventually get knocked down. And they're now closing in. Janboy now drives towards the direction just to try to claim that 1-pointer. While they're doing just that, at least they're just by the edges there. They should be able to wrap this one safely. And Boki, it looks as if he got shot down, but he actually bleed out to the blaze zone.
I'm very late to the zone as well. Yellow Galacticos has control of that left side terrain, excuse me. Ovi as well late. The southern side is about to get really, really interesting. So many teams just really hunkering down there. You have HKG at the bottom side of the terrain that Yango Galacticos is holding. You have Ostia down to a power grid trying to rotate northern side. Athor are going to have to come through these two teams, potentially getting crossfired as they go past that road as well. So I am really excited to see how this goes. Regardless, as for GC and GG, well, this apartment side is about to get hotly contested, and it's not the fight you think it is. It's gonna be a lot of utility sent through the windows. It's gonna be fights coming from above as well as below. Now that support has an idea where Campertova is. They sent two of his teammates over to his side. Yeah, spotted him out. Shot from above. Tagged already as well. Forced to go for those heals, but a double swing forward. The good respect is given, so no one goes down quite yet. And I'm honestly surprised it's taking this long to actually find Campertova in the end. So GC out of the lobby.
Well, at least it's a clean approach, and Kapatova didn't manage to back maybe a point or so coming in from that altercation. Not even he wasn't even able to really fully trade back. It's only going to be a pit stop here by the corners of St. Martin, though, as that zone goes further up towards the northern open areas. Hive International firmly planted up the hillside. We've seen this plenty of times before, which has plenty of rewards, but I dare say that they won't be able to hold there for far too long as it goes deeper within the fields. Now, there is a territory claimed by the side of BKE to try to hold over onto the lower ridges, but this is a spot that is absolutely dangerous, as this passage is not going to be a clean one for those teams to really wrap it all around while they're trying to sail across the sun. Rest of Observation Esports somehow had enough meds to keep themselves alive. So much so that now they're just side by side with Hive International. So a very dangerous game that they're playing, as they've already soaked so many damage, so much damage coming in from the blue zone, as well as the battle between them as well as Afra. YG, they have no other choice but to quickly claim this compound, despite it being very vulnerable from engagements from above. But at least for the time being, this is where the zone will eventually collapse towards, which is why that they will not be looking to move anywhere else but to play very defensively and hope to maybe catch off teams who are descending eventually.
Waiting in the wings, hoping to catch Ostia off guard. I think Ostia just crossing by here notes their position and said, I think I gotta find a different way into the area. Most likely they're gonna be passing by TTQ there. It's gonna be GG that tries to take away at first contact play. Ranzer spots out one member on the top side of that terrain and one at the very bottom. And it feels almost annoying to deal with them, given how much space, how much control, how much info they're able to get, how much they can see from up there, which is why Ozja has decided to go into the compound and just kind of hunker down, keep their heads low, and maybe hope for GG to take this fight instead. Because for GG, they obviously want to go for that terraneous area. It gives them the best advantage compared to the rest of the areas. They go down, they have to worry about JNK. They go up, they have to worry about Ozja as well as TTQ. Pick your poison at this point.
Yeah, it's just a very tough call. Well, MSI does have more grounds to cover with. It is still a very risky play because the entire bunch of TO, they are already looking to disperse out of that area as they open up some resemblance of an opening to try to at least find an extension to try to pick on FV here. He's got a DP in hand, and this is definitely a weapon that is very popular back in the past where people would equip some long scopes just to treat it like a sniper with plenty of bullets. It seems like for the meantime, rest of these members of MSI will have to try to steer clear away from this sector as TEO have been able to seek them out. The problematic portion of this is TEO to skill up. They will eventually meet maybe a couple of bullets coming from the top end of the hill from Hive International. So they're also being absolutely careful every step of the way.
TO being very patient on how they approach this fight. I just know they really want to try and go all in. But the entirety of today, if you ask me, they've had the most horrible situation when it comes to rotations. They've had the most horrible fights when it comes to these 4v4s. And now that hesitation had costed them. Losing one player already, some of their players are barely alive. And they need to break into the area. Because right now, MSI is getting very frisky. Look how further up already South 8 is coming. Spots him out, knows where Moshen is. And Moshen is not relenting. Gonna try and take this fight head on. The nade is cooked, moves away. Great jokes all around just to keep MSI sort of questioning. But MSI, they don't like their odds. They're gonna try and push forward. And while that's happening, BKE in a very aggressive fight up against Young God Galacticos. Nana nearly takes away one of the players, and Marner Boy already lobbied. BKE completely overwhelmed the Giants. And Young God Galacticos, despite looking really good as map yesterday, today out fairly early in the first one.
Yeah, I was really surprised that they actually decided to push and they didn't really have to do so. I understand that they are vulnerable from that spacing early on, but TO, they got no other choice but to full set, and somehow they made it work up against Panda. Now Kimiyoko breaches through that space, might be able to convert even more as there's that nade that flungs out wide, and now Rexy! He soaks in a couple more tags coming in from FV as well as Nikes, bringing them down to size. Yoko trying to heal up, only 2 members versus 1. Looking doable, but there is also the involvement of GG on the spine of the hillside, and this makes matters so much worse. How could they even consider moving out into the fields with the presence of so many teams around? They can only afford to just hold back for the time being. Whereas BKE, they found themselves a good spot. This zone, no matter how it closes, it will still be around the area of play. HKG by the edges, as they are also starting to be swarmed by the side of DQ. As we take a look at the P90 unfolding, that will be OV down and out, and I believe 2 members have been shredded from the side of HKG, leaving only 1 member left.
This is a very hard area to play with. You go southern side, you're gonna have to deal with that terrain, which TTQ has done a great job of not only holding onto, but also denying other people from coming even close. I think HKG has been trying to cross by that area for quite some time, and they're getting picked off one by one by so many different teams in the area. Most likely, most importantly, was I think TTQ that took out I think at least half of their squad. TTQ currently sitting on 7 eliminations already, and they're not keen on moving forward forward. They're sharing this terrain with Hive. They're sharing this terrain with GG as well, who is very healthy with the 4. And if they were to move forward, they cross down that terrain, it's going to be open fire from BKE, from Member of Nemesis, from JNK, from MSI as well. No one can take that middle side of the circle because it's a deep crater in the very middle of that with no cover, open areas as well. And in this situation, what are you gonna do? You're gonna have to play at the very edge of the circle. Hive, you have a 2-2 formation going on. You have 2 of them playing outside the zone on a very high terrain southern side, and the other 2 are just really casually hanging on inside of a few buildings and compounds.
Yeah, and most certainly than not, they're just gonna be playing just by the rim, just to ensure that they at least get a foothold over onto the zone until it shifts even further by stage 7. MSI, no other choice but to breach through. At least a lot of all the other teams have been weakened already from all the commotion happening much earlier through the stages. MSI doing a massive due diligence to always prioritize their safety to play out that end game. I'm loving this look. Even for the side of YG, they were forcing stuff. I could also say the same about a few other teams that kind of bowed a little bit early on. 10 more remain as for the moment. There is some cloud of smoke over onto the top end of the hill, so that gives an idea of the whereabouts of certain other squad is. Well, JNK goes in for that easy splatter to take out the final member of Aja Esports. This time, not so lucky, as it's been a tough shift of pacing moving into Miramar. Aja, as much as they backed that win, they didn't manage to walk out with much, while TTQ soaks in the bombardment with a push uphill from the side of Ranzer, and this looks great. And Ranzer should be able to open this one up and leave none standing by the end of it all, but support, he's getting pinned out with the help of Sinzode from the alternate angle, and now sweeps right through to bring this fight to a closure, and TTQ will still come up on top.
Honestly, I thought that was actually GG's fight there. It came down to that wire. They still lost a member though, but still 2 is much better than trying to survive alone. As the circle had shifted here, GNK slowly wants to take a little bit more space toward MSI. TO also out there, as Hive slowly had met their way down the terrain. I don't think they're aware there's still another person called Nemesis, from Nemesis, inside of the compound. I don't think they've made any noise at all. MSI here, gonna respond to the movement done by GNK by moving to a different control, to find a different control of an area there. Nate's gonna be thrown out by MSI here. They want to try and see whether or not they can blow up Dabe to smithereens. Misses the mark. And Hive looks to go aggressive. BKE will be the next victim, as shots do come through. A molly as well, so BKE cannot push forward. BKE has been a different beast today. Very aggressive. Love to go for this very up and close and personal fights. And Pretzel says, okay, knock out. The rest is going to come soon as well. Coming from the side, I don't think they've seen him quite yet. K99K needs to find a way to pick up Knock, bring him back into the game just so they have more firepower and bodies to work with. And he does just that.
Kane having no time for revivals, but he does see members of Hive running directly towards his corner, and somehow they could not clear him in time. Eventually will do so still. Big 6 pointers after finishing off the side of BKE. All they did throughout the round, they were not only defending aggressively towards any intruders, but they were losing too many numbers throughout the earlier fights. And Hive took a very decisive call, and it was absolutely clean. As for the side of JNK, we've seen these two battle before, and this is about to get wilder over onto these corners, as MSI is going to be very desperate to get into the zone within the span of 1.5 minutes. There's still time to be bought here. So MSI, what can they potentially plot out? Will they just crash right through the gates to get into the zone? And on the opposite end of the field is going to be TTQ that we saw were ferocious So far, they're the ones with the most points despite only having 2 members left. 11 in Miramar. It's pretty much a big chicken dinner that has been claimed already by themselves. Whereas MSI, they decided not to go for the direct confrontation yet against the rest of JNK. But perhaps the zone is kind of forcing them towards the direction, which is why South is taking baby steps while shots are being fired from TTQ. Now it's about time for them to dance off while Drag somehow still survives, somehow finds Pretzel as well. Well, we see all the fights now happening across the field side. Monboy finds TTQ, Zivo down and out, only 1 member remain, and Yaka is also keeping an eye out up against the final player of TTQ to deny them any form of entry, as he will decide, okay, enough is enough. I'm not going to give any of these teams those points, as we will look towards the top 5 scenario right here. It's still going to be a tough one to call for the side of MSI, but at the very least, they've already got all the ideas or a potential push. I think the best confrontation for them to take now is up against Hive, and they're already working at it.
Yeah, no one has control of the circle. No one wants to go down there because it will mean imminent doom. Nasty shot coming out by Unknown as well. Just a knockdown FV. Shouldn't be a problem to bring him back into the game, but it does deplete his shield. So that's something else they have to worry about here. Let's smoke it off. Gonna try and go a little bit more closer to those smokes, and it's gonna be a slow crawl for many of these teams, moving in tandem with that blue that we saw a majority of teams did earlier in the game. Dabe surprisingly hasn't been flushed out at all, and he has been one of those players that people are aware that he's there, but because of how busy this quadrant of the circle is, no one can really all in on him. No one can take him out, and it's being so annoying, like a fly in the wall, because you also have to really worry about that one lone player. Now, Lilian Ka does finally get found out by South as the rest of MSI looks to push forward, but Unknown and Godspeed answer back swiftly. 2 knockdowns already. And swiftly finds the last. MSI eliminated at 5th with 4 eliminations. JNK are very decisive when it comes to these fights.
Indeed they are. JNK now has a firm hold of the zone, and the rest scramble for that space. Hive International, they prepared their vehicles and they go on the opposite end. Now they will find a beautiful spot for them to try to take on JNK. Wow. The brilliant minds of Hive International might see them hold on to that #1 spot. And lo and behold, Dabe still crawling his way inwards. Somehow survives the brink of the battle while Yaka pins 1 more member, and that's the range out of control, out of mind, and Montboy still finds the last member coming in from the side of SKC. Now down to 1 player left, as he's hiding right behind Yaka, somehow holding firm. This 1v1 will come down to that huge grenade from J&K, bagging another chicken dinner this evening as they look to close out this Miramar in the best fashion possible.
J&K looking real good with their fights and rotations as well. They had their first one just now in Erangel with 19 huge points. I am excited to see how many they get here, with Godspeed leading the charge once again with the highest amount of eliminations on that team. They had so much terrain control, didn't really force any fights, and if anything, most of their eliminations have been coming from just kind of picking off other teams fighting toward the southern side of that terrain. And this, I would say, while a centralized circle is still quite hard to navigate, since a majority of teams had to guess whether or not it's going to be Crater or it's going to be the other side of the map. Regardless, let's have a look at the rest of this Miramar before we talk more about it.
ENK with another phenomenal work here in Miramar. We saw them going very aggressive in the early span of the match, catching quite a couple of players, but it was the way that they've been able to just basically sift into a crack that is really hard for MSI to spot, and they could not even afford to even push towards them, and that hole was such a smart play coming from JNK to eventually yield the biggest round, and Yaka's clutch performance onto the tail end of the round on that 1v1 with a massive grenade to be sent out directly towards Hive International to seal the deal. That was an absolute clutch, but bear in mind, it wasn't just JNK that got into those big numbers out there. Hive as well as TQ outperformed them in the form of elimination points, 9 as well as 11 respectively, and SKC, we saw Dabe's desperate attempt that did pull in the strings to finish top 4.
Honestly, great looking at how it is. I mean, I really wanted to talk about Hive as well in terms of how they played that, as well as TTQ. Surprisingly, they had one of the most competitive quadrants to hold on to since it was so hotly contested. It was the only high ground terrain on that southern side. 3 or 4 teams were vying for that area, and TTQ not only survived through it, but also bagged a huge number of eliminations throughout as well. Now, speaking of that, Godspeed once again leading the charge in the form of eliminations. At this point, I'm not surprised. Just basically, if you see MVP, just remember it's gonna be Godspeed there somewhere. But the crucial impact kills will be coming for Lil Ka, surprisingly, this season from what I've seen so far. Those situations that require a 1v1, a 2v1, Lil Ka can bring you back into the game. And most importantly, he's also very, very self-sufficient. So don't forget about that guy as well. As we go into one last Miramar for the week later on, which I am very, very excited to see, because in this situation toward the end of the week, this is where I could really confidently give my power rankings. And if you ask me from week 1 which team I'm very nervous to see coming into this whole week, I would say JNK, where I would say Yellow Galacticos are just getting outclassed in so many ways, either in B in fights, either in B in rotations, and I feel like a lot of teams already know how to deal with this powerhouse.
Yeah, I feel like today has been a showing of a shadow of a form itself, right? Because they are not exactly having the best run overall, and despite them getting the zone, I'm kind of surprised to see that those players were kind of pushing occasions or making something happen out of nothing, which is not exactly the best of play. But barring that fact, even if they do survive the cut through the shacks, I think that there will still be more teams pushing up ahead, which we saw later. There was that arrival coming from Hive International. So understand the pressure building up against YG. So I would definitely give them a little bit of a space to breathe for them to play out their final round. But now it's almost unchaseable up against Hive International. I believe that the Filipino fans are absolutely happy with this outcome, because this is looking very likely to be Hive International taking that top spot, and HKG, they draw a firm line between them as well as Nemesis, and they're also about to push down GC as well as GG in the upcoming game, so long as everything works according to their game plan for the moment. As the rest of the party, we're seeing a lot of shift. JNK now solidifies their stance into the top 3, and if they have another big round, YG might not even sit at second anymore.
Yeah, it's looking really, really antsy, because if you were to see all of these teams, none of them are safe. I think about 6 to 8 teams are still in danger of not making it. So we're going to take a little break of a break. After this, the final Miramar of the day. It's time to crowd out and team up for everyone because Bam Bam and Minnie, our friends from PUBG Mobile, has a new song coming out called Carry You, just like how I carry Contra in all of our conversations and day-to-day life. I'm just kidding. But anyways, more exciting events and exclusive items are coming your way, so do not miss out on that because when else can we celebrate PUBG Mobile's 8th anniversary with more Ong and more what?
That's right. Well, we carry each other to the finish line, and speaking of the finish line, there's only one game left here in the PMCL League, and the next week it's gonna be the grand final. So once again, mark your calendars. It's gonna be starting off on Friday, which is the first day of May. Well, you guys could also enjoy all the latest offerings coming from PUBG Mobile while you guys wait for the grand final. So going down to this very final round, I think like Hive International, suffice to say, they've done enough, and congratulations to them to be the winner of week 1, unless something crazy happens here in Miramar where
He's
maybe
jinxing
YG
them,
Baxter.
guys.
I don't know. I'm a fan of both. I mean, I've spoke to the owner of Hive International, great guy, by the way. It's great to see that finally he's been able to really build such a solid team that can really match in international waters as well. So YG definitely will be looking to keep their eyes set on them when it comes down to the grand finals eventually. But more importantly, when we're still on the topic of the grand finals, HKG, how can anybody not be a fan of these guys, right? Like, they have fought their way out, and now they can finally see the light of day to move into the top 16s for that spot in the grand finals. Now, I know that this is the last game. I'm still hoping for some surprises, which is why I put Nemesis right here. It's just in the hopes that maybe, just maybe, they could play spoilers. They could do something really crazy in this match to really wrap up the entire course of the league.
I mean, Nemesis isn't too far away from HKG. The only thing that's differentiating them is about 11 points. They could try and hunt HKG down, take them out early, and then just try and get as much points as they can. Even just by surviving, they're able to play catch up for that 16th place spot. It's not impossible. The same could be said also about I think TEO, since they are 71 points in the back, about 10 points away from 10 points, 20 points. They can go for a big game if they want to as well, but it's definitely not going to be easy, as many teams are starting to lock in. Many teams are starting to find a different way to just really push themselves up there, especially since there is that incentive of that prize pool as well. So this is the final map of that league stage. Ladies and gentlemen, ready or not, we are going to Miramar.
And this will be the final playground for all of the teams that's been involved for the past 2 weeks. And there can only be 16 teams to hit their way to the grand finals. As we've been waiting for a long time to find that confirmation, we will tabulate everything by the end of the game to find out who has the cut through those league ranking points. So this is going to be the last chance remaining for those vying for those spots, as we have already confirmed some notable names to be able to climb all the way to the finish line to reap big rewards from placing first all the way down to the top 5. But with this Southern Flight path, you see SKC, Afra, Asia Esports all down to party over the south side, whereas the rest of the teams, they will be moving into certain areas like Mercado, San Martin, Minas Generales, to be a few spaces that usually are being claimed by Hive International and beyond. So now that we're going into this final one, I wonder if those that may not have all too much to fight for would be still bringing in those major surprises in upsetting the teams who are still looking to improve their rankings. And once again, it's going to be a circle up through the northern portion. So this time around, YG will be happy with the head start.
Just now we were talking about how Master Smile was the first one into that circle, albeit that time was without his team. This time around, as a 4, I think they're just gonna try and hit toward El Pozo. And for good reason, you can loot there, there's a lot of space they can work with, and it is a town you can hold on to for quite some time. Granted, it's quite more of a centralized area compared to the rest. Now for KE there is gonna be toward Power Grid, and this area of Power Grid is actually quite packed because you have other teams around as well close by. GNK is in that quadrant. Hive has slowly come through toward the Picado. I believe TEO is already on vehicles and moving away from Power Grid and San Martin and looking to go to the northern side. Whether it be toward Hacienda or water treatment is going to be the question. But if anything, teams have a lot more success or a clear rotation if they were to rotate northern side, because no one is there quite yet. Water treatment open, La Cabrera is open. I think BKE knows this, so they're looking to just move around the western side and slowly make their way up toward Ruins and Trailer Park.
Yeah, seemingly that would be the areas that they could basically play from, while TTQ has already gotten themselves an early picking by the corners of Graveyard up against GC once more. So pretty reminiscent of what went down over on to the course of the previous Miramar. But this time around, this is just a clear line of fire for Lucky to work with. The problem portion is that he's only got a 3x scope to try to do just that, while he's trying to fend off against both Crazy as well as Chiput, and somehow he just arrived in the nick of time to go in for the save. Wow, that is just perfect coming in from the side of Crazy. So all hope is not lost just yet. They will still have all 4 members to play for. As for Sinvo D, he is gonna look to wrap around the edges to perhaps surprise them by the edges of this church ground.
So many teams in this area as well, and I'm really excited to see how exactly this is going to go, because I think GC and TTQ also had a scuffle in that previous Miramar. I'm surprised that they're fated to meet this early once again. Now for GC, they're playing it a little bit more passive this time around. They have control of the church, so they don't really have to move so much. It's about trying to make sure that TTQ doesn't breach into their area, and I'm pretty sure TTQ out of all teams would be happy to take this fight. Since Zin did take a bit of damage, Mewtwo is close by. They have the area outside. I think it was the Minas Generalis that they have a full control of in the terms of the town as well. So they don't want to push through too deep. If they can get these early fights, those pickups, great. But again, when you are going to put yourself in a position that you're trying to break into the CQCs, you have to be aware that the possibility of getting shotgunned in the face is high, but never. Yeah, it's high. So at the same time, you know, you have Chiliput, and you really gotta give it to his trigger discipline. He was trying to see where the other members of TTQ were before he fully commits to that kill. And speaking of kills, it's Say Cloud that falls first. Carillo nearly also pays with his life.
Yeah, I felt like right at this moment, YG, they've already gotten so many mistakes committed already throughout this evening. I think there's a lot for them to take away at the very least, for them to really prepare themselves for the grand final. Say Cloud, not in the right form today as he falters to his miserable death. I like that it says first blood for Say Cloud, where when he ticked himself out. And it's actually the point given over the side of Carillo. Maburubu also falling, splattering to the ground. What's going on here? I feel like these guys are absolutely trolling in the early game. But as for KE, so far, I respect their grit. Like, take a look at them. Top 10, having a chance. I mean, overall, within the top 9. Still a little bit more to race up against Asia Esports. But on top 7, there is just that untouchable gap within the span of a round. So, Observation Esports can still look to improve to maybe leapfrog ahead of MSI. And when we take a look at the rest of those who are from 12, 14, 15, and 16, this is just so doable. This is the shift between these few teams that I think might be able to do some numbers out there. And Nemesis knows that if they want to get into the 16, they got to start to claim big points, and they will take one away from the side of TEO.
It's just waiting right now. I think they're sending in. Yep. They're hitting over as well. TO without Baby Shine, it's definitely going to put a dampener off them. That's a bit more of their firepower already taken away here as well. Like it or not, these two have to fight. They want to get deeper into the circle. If they take too long, there's going to be a possibility of MSI coming through. And I think TO want nothing to do with this. So they're already rotating away. Rex, as usual, being that one in the front line to put in that first ounce of damage. But still, TO just move away and they're just going to move toward a different part of that map. MSI is close by. No shots coming from them. No signs of hostility either. So for now, they are safe for the time being. They are going toward, I think the Hacienda del Patron is quite empty. They can go up northern even more toward water treatment where it's a little bit more empty. As TTQ and GC finally go on the aggressive Chili put down. And TTQ looking to breach the compound. GC? No. They're not breaching the compound. It's GC that has to come to them.
It does seem to be the case, though. As for TTQ, they're happy to just get this hole for now because they do have the zone advantage up against the rest of GC, like you said. So, GC, they also find this to be a little bit challenging where if they were to try to turn the other way around, we can already see that Mewtwo is already guarding their turning point, which is where GC just wants to hold on so that perhaps if they are not willing to wait for far too long, then they will go in for those big battles. And my goodness, the hardship is going further into El Pozo, Trailer Park, and Coberia. And finally, I get the Trailer Park ending that I might be asking for years. And there we go. Hive also claiming too.
Wow, look at this mad dash of rotation from everyone. HKG will be the first one in, but BKE, who are playing toward the very left side of the map for quite some time, just hunkering around ruins, might be the victor here. They don't have to worry about that quarter. They don't have to worry about anyone pushing to them. They can really take their time and just focus to things in front of them as well. TTQ, despite the fact that they were the one with the advantage, decides to push toward Graveyard this time around. They want to fully choke out GC if they can and eliminate it from this game. After all, GC is one of the teams that are currently on the 15th spot, and if they're not able to win this fight, there is a high possibility that they might not even make it next week, and TTQ is looking to be that dampener. Super Cunt trying to see whether or not I can go through some pre-fires, and the door breaking means that he has a little bit more of a clear view to take this fight. It's hard to see GC players just pre-firing and holding those angles. I'm not too sure how Kempatova got found there. Mewtwo, a nasty angle has been played, and a double swing coming from them as well. And GC looking very, very dangerous in where they are right now with 102, especially since Nemesis and HKG are still very much around to overtake them.
Yeah, they will stagnate, and that means good news for the side of HKG. TTTU is definitely going to be a team that will be tanked by HKG if that's ever going to happen. And honestly, TTQ, the kind of fights that they take, the risks that they put themselves into and still walks away with all 4 points, so far has been astounding, even from the past round. And they're willing to really put themselves in the blue in order to achieve whatever drop of points possible. And they're also racing up against the rest of KE, whereas SKC now with the high ground up against the rest of MSI. Talk about the corners of the water treatment spaces. I believe this to be some other spot over on the south side, which is a very long haul of a convoy for them to take eventually. Whereas Black Eagles, they're also looking to give it their all in the last game. SKC having Panda out in the middle open, easily spotted by the side of Clody. Well, they're taking some time here, so Clody, as much as he would like to exchange vehicles, not that many that are undamaged for the moment. While the rest of Afra could not hold on for far too long. It's 2 points back-to-back for the side of Black Eagles.
Good. Very comfortable. I'm surprised that Athra is actually in that quadrant, granted that no one had actually breached that area for quite some time. Now, if you can see the point feed to our right, still a majority of teams are still out there in the blue. SKC, TEO, MSI even still out there. Even TTQ, since the circle is hard shifting. Knocked down already by GG and even a run over there. HKG, this might spell their doom if they're not able to pick up the pace. Too close in terms of points with Nemesis, who are, I think, very much untouched for the time being, and also really good in terms of positioning so long as they play their cards right. And coincidentally, these two teams are currently side by side. Nemesis could do the funniest thing and send HKG packing if they do decide to. And they are looking to aggress just a little bit more. Now BKE, despite the good positioning early, does get overrun by Athra, who seems to find that last minute aggression, last minute push in this last game. They did lose 2 though. Grey Top and Sin are out, so surviving as a 2, especially on a map this terraneous and this open, might not be the best feeling in the world, but you can definitely tell that they still very much have that drive and fire in them still.
Definitely so. As for the side of BKE, doing whatever is necessary to gatekeep the rest of Afra, which you saw they were limping away from a couple of all these run-ins. Well, speaking of which, Hive is also receiving a little bit of a pot shot towards the angle. Looking a little bit more concerned for them, as they don't want to go down all too early, because YG, they can still afford to find some good games perhaps, as they're still on the block. NangX, however, on the other side, finds Ching Ching. That's a hit shot connecting. I believe it was from a long angle, while the rest of Asia kind of hold back their thoughts, because they say, you know what, we got a lot of space up north that we could actually play from. We could actually utilize that to our best advantages. It doesn't seem like it's going to be all too troublesome for them to do so, so they don't really have to take that risk up against the rest of Hive International, while Carillo got some good damage done out there, and it seems like TTQ, they are just trying to claw their way out of the blue zone. These two teams definitely have seen better runs, but Carillo's journeying on foot. How far away is he going to be able to get into those corners before bowing out to the play zone? Well, over here we have TEL, GG, and also MSI side by side, but they're running out of space.
Yeah, and I don't blame them. They were locked in for quite some time with each other, and the amount of teams just trying to hold on to that La Corberia mountain spine is not going to be easy for them to fight. EO finally makes their way into that circle. It was a very long rotation they had took just now, and now they're trying to see if they can breach into the building where Ranzer is currently hunkered down in. They also have to worry about NangX. I'm not sure if they know that he's going to come in from the other side, hopefully going for a huge backstab, but also need to take to remember that Athra is close. Ranzer hopping into a vehicle, just gonna say, screw this, I do not care about this fight, I care more about getting into that zone, and that's exactly where he's gonna go. Moves away to safety. Motion, surprisingly, none of his bullets are going to clip, but immediately his attention span will be taken away by Athra, so gonna be a little bit more patient, a little bit more safe for the time being, as BKE will be coming in for the fight instead. A nice high ground held from BKE. Frenzy comes close. Nice knockdown onto Goki, who tried to go into the vehicle. Wrong timing. Terrible timing, in fact. As he slowly comes through. BKE went from the best positioning to one of the worst, but still 3 fairly healthy and perfect. A bit too wary of his positioning. Moves away from the nade. Does take a brunt of that damage. Pre-fires the angle in case anyone does peek. But the sound of gunfire keeps the rest of BKE at bay. Crosses through. Gives a lot of respect. And finally, Perfect eventually does get downed. Natra, like it or not, this will be the end of their night at 62 points.
We thank them for their efforts throughout the league. Unfortunately, we won't be seeing them in the grand finals, as they did not achieve the amount of points for 2 weeks in a row, whereas the fight continues on. Asia Esports wants in. They know for a fact that these two members of BKE are boxed inside of that corner of the compound, and hence why they are trying to push through. But there is one more member of Planet on the outskirts that is raining on the side of Asia's parade. make it so much more difficult. They finally handle the situation, taking out Kane. So now they could just go in for a quick reset to eventually push through ahead, but they are also lobbing nades of their own. BKE will never go down without a fight, but there is another nade sent perfectly to the window. And Top now looking for the final touches to send the Eagles home. And there we go, only a tough space, and he does go for the exchange, baby, Yummy! Can he be the hero here as he goes in for the tags? But not quite enough. Asha will shut them down.
Fosja looking a lot more, I would say, looking much more better compared to the last few days of their play. Finally found their groove. And TO, while limping, still managing to find a kill for themselves. It's FV that gets knocked down there. Hits come out. Does it hit Dex? It does. It's knocked down. Kim Yoko needs to do the most right now. Needs to find those knocks one by one, hoping to isolate these kills. And barely does. MSI. Thankfully for Ching Ching, his teammate does run forward to trade him in the end before he goes down. So, great work. TO down and out at 75 with... And now Austria already with 4 eliminations. What a different look to this team when they are feeling confident. That momentum finally back on their side. But MSI, despite the rough look it. I cannot English, oh my god. Despite the rough rotations, they still did manage to get 8 eliminations. They still managed to get this really good terrain on this northern side to play with. Now goes toe-to-toe with Nemesis. Nemesis, they are close by. They can overcome GC if they want to. It's about a 22 point. Make it 26 to make it really, really safe to be able to slide into that 15th place slot. And it is a climb after all. 3 points gotten already. Maybe more if they do get those positions. But they really need to do the most when it comes to moving around the map and getting those eliminations. And so far, they haven't been able to do that. They've just been hunkered down into one area. I'm kind of hoping that MSI does take a fight against HKG, giving them a bit of space to frag out at the very least and collect a bit more points. But that is, I think, something unlikely to happen because MSI's positioning look like they are looking to take away this area from Nemesis.
Yeah, and it could still be the involvement of the HKG to make it a three-way affair. So we will keep our close eyes onto that eventually. But for the time being, though, this is Helter Skelter out in the fields. And oh my goodness, Momboy with the coverage denies any form of attempt coming in from the side of OV as well. While the Supercon watching very closely. Spots out 2 members from the side of OV. Thankfully, none of them have been able to crash up against him, but he's heard those movements and footsteps coming in from the side of Rex. And Rex does not know at all. Now he spots him out. That's going to be an easy pickoff. There we go. Point number 5 for the side of TTQ. Now he attracts the rest of the attention of OV. Thankfully, this UAZ has been broken down already, or else he will just absolutely get crushed by the detonation. So Yanboy, see whether we can squeeze those bullets right underneath him, and he's already doing the chip damage. Beautiful stuff coming from the side of Jan. He had that smoke for him to try to wrap the other way around. So OV can definitely put him out eventually, but are they putting too much attention to the Soul member because Master D2K also is around the corner and they're not exactly in the clear because they're just playing by the edges? Stage 6 is about to appear. Nemesis so far with those 3 points, they can still surge upwards. HKG needs only 1 more point to tie it with the side of GC, and if they add another one, maybe in the form of ranking points, they are definitely going to be in the grand finals. While the rest of the pack still stays afloat. Big points for the side of MSI so far as they look for more.
Whoa, does get it in the end? No, it's actually Worm's Molly that gets it. Dale comes through, shotgun to the face, and you know this guy loves to play right smack that close to you. Swaps his weapon, Ching Ching no longer alive, and Nemesis is as though they've had a different mentality, a different mindset, a different life running through their veins this time around. And still have to worry about HKG. Now, if they are really worried, they can go for Master D2K, who did just show his hand, rotate downwards and take that fight, potentially take over the building. But because of the noise, OV makes their positions known. Master D2K jumps out here, could go for these isolated fights since these players are just so far away from one another.
Oh boy.
Pot with util in hand, positions themselves better, but still safe. Free fires find nothing. And unfortunately for him, Janboy just a little bit sharper, a little bit better. And Janboy, no time to think, immediately turns his attention away to TTQ. Supercat blows up the vehicle, puts in a significant amount of damage to OV. Now the blue zone comes through.
Oh.
What the heck is that
Whoa.
shot from Kid?
Oh,
Look,
I
they're
felt
so
that.
long. Immediately sent out of the game.
Oh, that was just so nasty. Now we're going into the top 7. That could confirm it for the side of HKG already in the form of positions. Now Nemesis wants to take the fight, and they can do it all day long, where they've been able to just crush the rest of MSI. And there goes the swing from Moam. He finds it, but instead Hades gets pinned out. And just like that, Mankey gets crushed. We'll stop them on 6 limbs, but still, that was one of the best showing coming out of Nemesis to finally close out their league run. We'll see if they do have enough ranking points from the past weekend though, because this week they were just by the borderline at 17. While HKG soaks in another 5 pointers out there. And now down to these 5 teams. Damage being done over the side of Monboy, and this is going to be a big bang. Does not connect towards the side of Ryman. Gonna heal up before he goes in for the charge, and Ryman does have a grenade in hand, tries to toss it right behind the shack, does not fully clip onto him, but brought him low enough. Thankfully he healed up, or else he's an absolute goner right there. Ryman with a second try. Bullets now sent his way as well, but that has not brought
He
Dead
is
Boy
so
down.
lucky.
He's just so good.
He is so lucky.
Wow.
And because of that, you see another team to come through, and Hive does fall in the end by the hands of JNK in one corner. And JNK always quiet in the beginning of the game. They had lost Master Ichi somewhere through that scuffle earlier. But still, this is one of the most even fights we've seen throughout the entirety of this week, with what, 3 teams still healthy with 3 players? Only OV barely limping right now. Saw a bit of damage come toward Janboy. He's still pressured by a different angle.
And I just love the fact that the 4 remaining teams are the hungriest of the bunch. YG, they've been denied of so many entries, and finally they've made their very late surge into this very final game of the match to try to see if they could still overcome YG. A tall task. They will have to secure every drop of points remaining in this matchup in order to even consider that to happen. But they've got the best spot possible inside a zone where teams will have to drive towards them. JNK, multiple chicken dinners for this evening already, looking to close it off on the best streak possible. And you got HKG, the never say die attitude, coming from Hong Kong SAR's regions representatives that have shown that they have that tenacity, they have the grit for the grand finals. And of course, last but not least, OV, they came in after a break and show us a strong performance. That's going to be a top 4 for them. And now, all to play for 3v3v3, and HKG's on the move.
Coming toward JNK here, who has a huge hold of the area. Not to mention Yangon Galacticos from that northern side. Yangon Galacticos had 2 airdrops, I believe, in their vicinity that they're able to just really, I would say, loot, right? So they should be fairly stocked up in terms of weapons, in terms of shields. They're looking really good as well, with cover of buildings. It's just a matter of HKG now and what exactly they want to do. They have a 2-1 formation going around. They can't go and push toward GNK, but I'm not sure if they're aware that Liliat Ka had positioned himself outside the zone on the top side of that terrain. So nice crossfires have been set up. If anything, I think Young Galacticos can just watch and see the chaos unfold in front of them.
it will have been a greater story to tell for HKG to take out YG right here, right now, with Marnet bound being pinned down. Big reloads coming through from the side of Roman Boy just to try to secure the number, a 1-for-1 trade. I believe YG can still go in for the rescue because the rest of HKG is being held back. And it's too risky to really move out of the open fields just to go in for the pickup. Perhaps they are thinking of an attempt to do so. While these two teams are fighting each other off, you can see from the south side of the map, J&K have utilized all that timing to close into the zone as well. So, when exactly will Yatka and Co look for the push? And who will they push is the bigger question, because it's either towards the side of YG or the side of HKG, which they are happy to work together alongside with HKG to try to take out the Titans, which are Yangon Galacticos. Now, Mankey drives closer in. They do find themselves a garage that they can work with, and Xiaojia! There we go, Mankey working alongside, and two members are down. They can now look to infiltrate the compound, and HKG are stopped on the tracks by JNK.
Yangon Galacticos still waiting, trying to bring themselves back into the game. Marnet Boy should have a problem to bring in Master Smile, and that's good. HKG are just taking too much time to really seal the deal. Now, they're back in the game. J&K looking to join in on that fun, rotating over. HKG runs close. Mankey already coming into the area. The only thing is that door opening. Baited them, pushes out the other side. Now completely isolated. Mankey gets one, tries to go for two, and he does! Makes magic happen! Always by him. Young Galacticos got no eliminations this game. And now they turn their attention to J&K. HKG should be really proud of themselves for being able to take down the Titans, only losing one in the entire process.
And it's just so poetic. Could this be their time? Could this be the opportunity for HKG to celebrate with a chicken dinner? But we are seeing two dispersed location from the members of HKG because of that assault. But Mankey, he absolutely crushed YG. Who would have thought that they will be able to overcome such a hurdle? And now, smokes directly into the center. C4 in the field as well. Putting a little blast. And who knows, maybe in CQC, they might be able to outplay the ones that outnumber them. There we go, the big names fall true.
NK, what is your call here? The blue zone is now pushing, and HKG has a majority of control of that circle. Looking to reset. Mankey, a bit too hesitant to show his hand. Gonna answer back with a nade instead. But Xiaojia has been fallen. Moves away from the nade right at the nick of time. A 2v1. Mankey just now did just win a 2v1 up against Yangon Galacticos, and GNK knows this, probably. Throws the needs. A lot of respect given to him. The blue zone comes through. He's out there in the open. Not a lot you can do against a whole army. And JNK ends the week with another chicken dinner in the best way possible.
And JNK, they are the kings of chicken dinner this week by securing so many wins through this evening to back the most wins in week 2. And oh boy, I believe with this performance, not only have they bested YG, they now take that number 2 spot to show it up to Hive International when it comes time for the grand finals. But more importantly, a poetic end for the side of HKG, who fought valiantly to finish off strong in the points to make their way to the grand finals. Of course, go back to the highlights for a bit because we're about to celebrate the victors and for those who make it into the grand finals.
JNK, incredible amount of chicken dinners today, still ending it on a high with 8 eliminations and that first place placement points as well. We didn't really see their hand up until way later into the game, and I think that if the teams start to fight them in that grand finals later on, they need to start to realize that JNK, they've been prioritizing position, prioritizing fights later in the game, but that does not mean that they're gonna stay idly by and let fights come to them. So they are still a team that's very proactive when things push them to be. HKG as well, what a great showing toward the end of the day as well, especially since they aren't necessarily in the safest of positions at 16th place. I'm loving that we're seeing this breath of life come into them. Of course, Hive and MSI are also here at the top 4 as well. These are our big hitters from the beginning of the week, and now our MVP Unknown comes online with a whopping 4 eliminations. I am curious though to see who exactly makes it in the end. Again, the positioning of where they stand in this week gives them points for week 2, and you have to plus that with the points from week 1 to see whether or not they make it into the top 16 to go next week. It's very complicated. It sounds very complicated, but it's actually not. I promise you guys that. Now, coming into the overall rankings today, as expected, it's Hive to end up at the very top spot and far ahead of the curve, 268, as opposed to JNK at 251 and Nuango Galacticos at 244, that have kind of ran out of gas toward the end of the week, unfortunately. 214 as well, remaining very, very quiet. I mean, again, since the end of yesterday, I don't think they've been able to get any points at all, and they were only able to run 2-6 before finally ending their week because they're not playing today, right? So it's just very, very unfortunate. Oh yeah, GNK looks really good, and I'm really hoping that this is not the only page from their playbook. Here we go, the points total so far as we look at Hive being at the very top of the rankings at 27, Yango Galacticos at 24 points, so congratulations to them. Now for the rest of the teams, we are still looking for the last few, right? But for now, 2 and 4 still fairly okay at 14 points, tied up with OV as well, as we look at a two-way tie between TTQ and Austria as well at 8th and 9th place. Nice. Wow. Oh yeah, I am super hyped to see who exactly will be winning it all later down the line. Nemesis making it in as well, KE as well, barely making it. Of course, it's almost like a heart attack when you are in these situations, but like it or not, it is competition. The best of the best can only make it in the end. Contra, in your opinion, which team are you very surprised did not, well, made the cut actually? Yeah, that was just very exciting to watch as well. And honestly, looking at these teams, it's great to see that they are bringing so many different varieties and styles of play coming through, the dynamics that come in when push comes to shove. And I feel like this week has been particularly hectic compared to the last. We've had so many complicated circles, so many hard shifts, even water circles at one point, an SMB circle. Again, it's fun for us. I love to see the players struggle. But for them though, trying to be a little bit more creative, and in so many situations that we've talked to some players, yeah, they've had some drills for these unusual circles, but not as much as they've had the more common circles. So in a way, you have to really rely on your intuition, and that is part of the charm for this game. Trying to get creative, trying to find a different way to take these fights as well. It's more than just aim, it's more than just being able to take gunfights, and it's always fun to see who exactly makes it to the top. And for us, we've seen the top two right now. Yango Galacticos, Hive, as usual, looking very solid at the top there, and I'm wondering whether or not this might change during the grand finals later, because it has happened before. Regardless, it's been an intense 5 days. Thank you guys so much for spending time with me and Contra here on the desk for the 2026 PMCL, spring, and we'll see you guys in the grand finals next week. Goodbye, guys.